we're going to call to order the regular meeting of the City Commission for Tuesday, June 28th. I know it is standing room only. Appreciate everyone is here for different things. I promise you, if you stay till about 10 o'clock, you can pick any seat you want. They'll all be available. But for now, please look around. If anyone you see is in need of a seat, try to make that available if you can. City Clerk, if you'd call the roll, please.
Mayor Owen.
Here.
Vice Mayor McGurk.
Here.
Commissioner Hartman.
Here.
Commissioner Colodi.
Present.
Commissioner Sacks.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll begin as always with an invocation and then a pledge of allegiance. We invite Senior Chaplain Tom Prusnell from the Police Department to give the invocation.
Let's pray. Father God, we thank you, as always, for this wonderful part of the planet that you've given us to live in, Lord. And I pray that we would have the wisdom to keep it this pristine for the next generation as well, that we could preserve it. Father, I pray also for our council members here today and our commissioners, rather, and all of the officials that are appointed and elected, that you would give them the wisdom and discernment and knowledge and patience and everything else that goes into making their decisions, Lord. Protect them from the evil one. Put your hedge of protection around them. And Lord, as always, I pray that what they do glorifies you. In Jesus' name, amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. City Manager, I know we had two additions to the agenda, items 6P and 6Q. They will be added to the consent agenda. Gentlemen, we have the handouts related to that were given to each of us here. If anyone in the audience would like that, we can make those available, and they will be made available as part of the agenda package after the meeting. One is related to a fireworks display in Venetian, and the other is an FAA grant for the airport. Anything else, Khalid, to add to or subtract from the agenda?
Items 8K and 811, when we get to them, we'll be asking for a continuance due to an advertising issue. So if anyone is here for those, we're going to be continuing it to the July 26th trim meeting.
And sorry, that was 8K?
And 811. So the issue's on 811, but 8K, we don't want to repeal anything until we have something replacing it. So we'll just keep those two together.
Sorry,
The noise and lighting standards.
Are you saying 811?
K and L.
K and L, got it. Okay. 8L, 8K. So if you're here for those items, at the time, we're going to continue those. So don't stick around for those if that's what you're here for, because we're not going to be discussing those tonight. Okay, first item up, we have a presentation from the Masonic Lodge to a firefighter. So I'll invite the fire chief to come up and some various representatives here. Chief?
Well, good evening. Thank you for giving me a brief minute of your time. I have brought with me Brother Bob and Steve Lane, who's a junior deacon from the Masonic Lodge. They're here to recognize two of our firefighters, Chase Pearson and Elijah Herbeck. They're here with their family. They brought them along. Essentially, they want to award them, the Masonic Lodge does, the Outstanding Community Service Award. They're giving them this for something that unique happened to these two gentlemen. They responded to a house here in town where they were, and as they're responding in our fire department ambulance, they were going for a possible childbirth. But when they get to the front yard, the father meets them in the front yard. And he says to them, well, we think the first one has already come, which that was the first time they had heard or discovered there was a first one, which means there's going to be a second one. So they're 20 minutes away from the hospital. These two gentlemen went inside, began to administer care, took care of the first newborn boy, delivered the second one within the first 10 minutes or so of their arrival, who was another boy, twin boy, delivered breech. So we delivered the first boy, delivered the second boy, breech, and they're both doing healthy. I mean, they transported them to the hospital, doing healthy and well now, and the Masonic Lodge wanted to recognize them for their outstanding community service. So I'm going to award this to a paramedic, Elijah Herbeck. And our other firefighter paramedic, Chase Pearson. Real briefly, I'm going to ask if you'll indulge me and come on up for a couple photos with the family. Morgan here. Charlie can come up. And we'll kind of gather up right here. Rosie's here somewhere, way in the back.
Everybody, on me, on three. Oh, we're all spread out here. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2. Congratulations.
Okay. Next item up is a proclamation celebrating the 50th anniversary of our local United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. I'd ask those gentlemen to join me here. We're also joined tonight by County Council member for our district, Danny Robbins. I'd ask him to join us for this as well. Come on up. Gentlemen, come on up. All right. So this is Flotilla District 4-8. So proclamation reads, whereas the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary is the civilian component of the U.S. Coast Guard. Flotilla 4-8 is the New Smyrna Beach District. During the past 50 years, its members have helped ensure the safety of those Americans who participate in water-related activities. And I didn't know this, so I'll share this with you, the breakdown of the Coast Guard. So there's the districts are subdivided into divisions. The divisions are further subdivided into flotillas. So this flotilla, and flotilla is the mainstay of the Coast Guard Auxiliary. The New Smyrna Auxiliary promotes recreational boating safety, and nowhere probably is that more important than right here in New Smyrna Beach. We see our fair share of boating traffic. Some of them forget to take their boats home. They just leave them out in the river. We're dealing with that. I don't know how that happens. Conducting over 7,000 boating education classes, nearly 100,000 marine dealer and business visits, and countless thousands of free vessel safety exams. The Coast Guard Auxiliary is dedicated to promoting the safe, efficient vessel operation and increased knowledge of laws, rules, regulations, etc. The auxiliary overall membership augments our local active duty Coast Guard, and I know they're very thankful for that. They've shared that with me in times past. Not only with the boating safety education that you all do, but also providing community relations, food services, food drives, radio watchstanding, safety patrols, and other things. Whereas the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary, Flotilla 4-8, District of New Smyrna Beach, is an amazing organization where individual members can train and qualify in many different areas. Their core foundation is teamwork, and they continue to contribute to New Smyrna Beach in a positive way. Now, therefore, I, Russell, and Mayor of the City of New Smyrna, do hereby honor the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary Flotilla 4-8 District on their 50th anniversary. Join me in congratulating.
Thank you, Russ. And just to echo the mayor and the council with this proclamation, the time that these guys put in, the service that they do for Volusia County and our citizens on our waterway, protecting our inlet in our inland river, intercoastal waterway, is just tremendous. And on behalf of District 3 and Volusia County, thank you guys so much. Good luck. Keep up the great work. And here's to another 50 years.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. We're very honored for this recognition, and I just want to quickly introduce Officers Wood and O'Toole, who are our auxiliaries, and I especially want to welcome BM1 Castillo, who is a new XO, or Executive Officer for the active duty side of Station Ponce. He just arrived a couple of weeks ago. So thank you again very much.
Hang on, we got one more. All right. All right. The next item up, public participation. I just have to imagine in a crowd this size, somebody came with something to say. So, this is your chance. Listen to me for just a second, though. Let me share a few things with you. If you're here for anything in Section 8, the key things in that, if you're here related to the school, the special exception use on the school, the Village Center in Venetian Bay, any of the annexations, and anything related to the Florida Days application. All of those are public hearings. You'll have a chance to speak to those at that time, and it's actually preferential that you speak to those at that time. So if you're here for anything else on the agenda, so item 7, that item, the review of applications for item 7, anything on the consent agenda, or anything else that's on your mind tonight, this is your chance to speak to those items. If you come forward, you'll have a 3-minute time limit. You just give your name and address. And my only request is this. Address your comments, you can come ahead, Lisa. Address your comments to the commission, not to the audience. We're the ones that are going to make the decision. Address your comments to us. Be respectful of everyone here. And then for the audience, this isn't a baseball game. It's not a WWE match. No cheering, no booing. We're all going to hear it respectfully so that we can all hear what everyone says. So that's my only request for you all tonight. And with that, Lisa.
Lisa Martin, 618 South Pine Street, and nothing controversial. First, I wanted to thank the city for filling in a big pothole on Columbus at Buenos Aires. Hope that the rest of that intersection is on the street maintenance schedule because it's really bad and crumbling and it gets a lot of traffic. And the other one is a request to hopefully, and it may be already on a list somewhere, to replace the missing globe on the Flagler Avenue arch. One light is there, the other light is missing. And since that's such an iconic part of our city, I think it makes a bad statement that it's in disrepair. So please get our lights back on. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The others, yes. Right ahead, sir.
Good evening, I'm Mark Billings, 128 Mangrove Estates Circle in New Smyrna. First, let me say thank you for your service to our community and what you give of your time and energies to better our community. I'm here tonight as the Executive Director of Habitat for Humanity. Later this evening, you'll be reviewing the application that we've submitted along with our colleagues at the Housing Authority, both worthwhile and both deserving. I wanted to take an opportunity to share with you that recently I've had some folks in our community share some thoughts with me that were inaccurate. I wanted to share with you that both entities tonight go through a rigorous process. They go through a selection process, and there's a huge need for affordable housing in our community. No one is qualified for a Habitat home that has a criminal background. If they have any sort of criminal background, they're disqualified. I also want to share with you that a percentage of their household income is what's tied to their payment, but the homes are sold at the tax value. What they're appraised for is what they're sold for. Now, I can speak with a great deal of expertise on this because about 4 hours ago, I did a closing on a single mom. Many of you were there at 200 Howard last Earth Day when we broke ground on that home. She's now a homeowner. And I would say to you, as you make your decision tonight, the facts are simple. Both organizations need more land. There are more people coming here, and to make it more affordable for the people in our community, the only way we can do it is pull levers to help reduce the cost. Cost of purchasing land is one of them. I appreciate your generosity and your consideration for putting these 4 lots, and wherever you decide they go, I want to assure you that both organizations will put them to good use. I felt it was important to take a moment to say that before we get to this agenda item, to say that the Habitat homes are sold, individuals purchase the homes, They have to be affordable, and many of them are service workers in our community. And our goal is to lower the crime rate by having people not to struggle to make ends meet, by having affordable housing, and they have resources available for other bills that they need. With that, thank you for your time and your service to our community.
Thank you, Mark. Teresa?
Hi, Teresa Pope, CEO of the New Smyrna Beach Housing Development Corporation, 2322 Fern Palm Drive, Edgewater. And I would like to follow up with what Mark said. With the affordable rental properties for the Development Corporation, we do background checks on all of our clients and credit checks on them for all adult family members. There are no sexual offenders allowed in our housing, and they must be income qualified. And again, I would like to reiterate what Mark had said. Thank you for this opportunity, because like he said, having the donation of the land helps us to keep those units affordable and help these families become self-sufficient. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Kelsey Hanson Walter, and my husband and I live directly across from 708 Francis Avenue. My husband and I oppose the donation of the 2 undeveloped plots. So the city's charter sets forth in section 6.01 and 6.02 its commitment to environmental stewardship through the protection of trees for the purpose of air quality and removal of pollution, and enhancing the sense of place in residential neighborhoods through the preservation of tree canopy, green spaces, and historic footprints. Section 6.02 also states the city shall ensure sustainability of parcel zoned for development without endangering the public health, safety, or welfare. When you remove the 2 plots from this historic neighborhood, you are denying its residents green spaces, clean and safe air quality, and a sense of place that these 2 lots, and you're endangering our welfare. Neighborhood needs the 2 lots to remain green spaces, which has been promised by you to remain so. This, among many other reasons, is why we urge you not to donate the lots for development and consider rezoning them from residential to actual parks and green spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Matt.
Here we are again, and I say that not regarding all the council members here, because you probably weren't here 10, 12 years ago when we were in here in our little community talking about 715 Francis Avenue.
Can you please
Okay.
state your name
It
and
was not
address
that-
for the record?
I'm sorry?
Name and address for the record, please.
Michael Shannon, 715 Francis Avenue. We were talking about 708 Francis no more than 10 years ago about the same situation that you're trying to do now, okay? It just seems like the city government doesn't get the idea that the community on this street and the surrounding streets do not want what you want to do. We want exactly what that was designated to be, and that's a park, okay? From 1971, this has been going on about that property. My wife has paperwork from it. We've lived there for 30 years, okay? And that property has been maintained by people on the street. For some reason, the city government doesn't want to take a little bit of our tax dollars that we pay from that little area over there and make a little park over there, okay? It'd be nice if you did that instead of giving the property away, okay? I did a little investigating, okay? Habitat or whatever, government-sanctioned homes or whatever. I'm sure everybody in here wants to help people, okay? We do, okay? But there's certain council members I bet won't put something like this on their street, and we know why, okay? You can give me all the reasons in the world, but we know why. It won't go on Beachside, you know? It won't go over there on the north side of the old Chevy dealership. However, you keep trying to put it over here, okay? We just want a little bit of tax money to go into that little piece of property, make a little property for kids that can go and play, okay? Now, what I was saying about investigating property value was, okay, when you put something like this, okay, studies show that property value doesn't go down in low-income areas, okay? It goes up 0.9% according to statistics, okay? But in mid-range communities, the property value goes down 2.5%. However, okay, investigate looking at a park being in a community, okay, property value goes up 8% to 20%, okay? To me, that's a negative, okay? I live on that street. We've been fighting this for I don't know how long, okay? Every time you guys sneak it in and try to get it through, all right, we have to come in here, all right? So if you would please take a little bit of our tax money, okay, that we pay for this city, and make a little park in it. What's this mean? Oh, 12 seconds.
Time's out.
Okay, that's all we're asking, all right? Put a little park there for the young people to come in there and have fun at, all right?
Okay.
Instead of us having to come in here, and there's lots of us here
So,
from that area.
thank you.
Okay.
Your time's expired, sir.
Yeah, well,
Thank you. If you'd like to speak, just come forward.
oh, I got 30 more seconds, it said?
No, that was 30 seconds over.
I'm Lori Shan.
All right. If you have something for us, just give it to the clerk. So this is all recorded in live broadcast, so you got to speak into that mic or nobody's going to hear you, including us.
This is a petition that I have from the citizens of Citrus Manor subdivision. That includes Francis Avenue, Lynn, Eleanor, et cetera, et cetera. I'll pass it on.
Thank you.
Not a petition for that to become subsidized housing and or affordable housing or whatever you want to designate it as. It is a petition to make it official that it is a park. I have been fighting this for I don't know how many years now that this has been going on. And every time again, we have to come in here and reiterate that it is a park. I have paperwork. I don't even know. Paperwork from 2010. The tax deed. And in that tax deed, it said, and this is 1971, checked with Irene Beckham, city clerk, and she says in a past meeting, city commission decided against auctioning this property. In fact, they decided to keep it to buy adjoining properties and make the whole thing into a public park. And again, that's back from 1971. In 2010, and forgive me if I don't say her name correctly, Pam Brangacchio, I'm not sure. She sent me the tax deed. Are you listening? Mm-hmm. She sent me the tax deed. And she said in this tax deed, there does appear to be deed restriction on either parcel, but there was a discussion in 1971 when the parcel was purchased about making it into a park. That was her line. I have 46 seconds. Is this not true that if someone doesn't want to speak, I can take their 3 minutes?
That is not true.
That's not true. Okay. Just want to clarify that. Because I could sit here, been here 40 years, I could probably take 1,000 minutes.
That's why we can't do that.
Okay. The other issue is that we were not notified as a community that this was going on. This has been going on since January, I now know. Nothing, nobody reached out to any of us until after the fact. And then I think I talked to Mr. Nybert, and he said a few people did get a letter. He did admit it was after the fact of this was going on, that a few people in the neighborhood did get the letter sent to them. I don't think that's right. Again, I've been there 30 years, and I didn't get a letter? I don't know. I see the time is up.
Time is up. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for coming out.
Thank you.
Thank you. The others, yes, sir.
Good evening, William Molesky. I live at 715 Wayne Avenue. My property is kitty corner behind 708 Francis, full of beautiful old oak trees, probably the healthiest oak trees in our area of New Smyrna Beach. Nesting red-shouldered hawks live in that area. In 2002, the city attempted to sell that property to Habitat on a land contract. It was the only documentation the city could get me. I couldn't get anything like my neighbor could from 1981, 2010, or anything else. So a property you were trying to sell for $18,000 in 2002, now you want to donate, okay? Again, my father built the home I live in. Everyone in our neighborhood has always known that that was meant to be a park. Obviously, the needs of the city have changed, but the needs of our neighborhood remain the same. We need a park for children. I'm a grandfather now, a new one. I'd love to take my grandchild over that beautiful little piece of land with those perfect oak trees, which, by the way, provide a good source of soaking up water when it comes to hurricanes, comes to flooding, which all of them will have to be taken down if you decide to build a home there. Okay? So I am just here to support my neighborhood and support what the park should be, which is a park, not given to a third party. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jesse Romero from 708 South Cooper Street. I'm going to bring you back about a couple of 3-4 months where there was a meeting at the Coronado Community Center in regards to the intersection of Flagler and Pennsylvania. Engineering company came, Commissioner Hartman was there, Commissioner Sachs was there, Commissioner Colodi, city manager was there, I noticed. And all the residents said, leave it alone. What you're going to do is not going to work. It's not worth it. Leave it alone. It was especially expressed to the engineer, city engineer, and to the engineering company. What you're going to do is not going to solve anything. It's going to make things worse. So I came here to a meeting you held, a workshop you held for the money you got from the federal government, $14 million, I recall. In that, the city manager presented to you a list of items that he felt could be money could be used for. I noticed the list was really good. Top one was sewer to septic. And then after round and round, Commissioner Hartman proposed that we take all the stormwater projects into one, which it was done. And he also asked for the money, how much money have we spent here? And it was done. And then after the meeting we had for the codification of the murals, which was a big one, like this one here, everybody came out here. After everybody was gone, I stayed behind. I noticed that it came up with the money, how it's going to be spent. My surprise was that I saw $190,000 for Flagler Avenue. It doesn't say why, how you're going to use it, or what you're going to do. The septic to sewer was gone. All the storm projects were all in one section, which is great. But I noticed you also wanted to have a $300,000, that's almost $500,000 basically, to put into $300,000 was going to go to a track around the sports field, which I don't even know where it's at, honestly. Okay, never been to it. But you want to put that kind of money into a track? How is it going to be used? Are you going to hold events there, like statewide track and field events? Are you going to make money out of this? Are you going to have revenue out of that? The park should give you enough revenue to support that track there. The money you're going to use for that money there, you can also use for the city streets we have here that are crumbling around, not just Beachside, all over the place, all over the traffic there. So I would wish you could have some more transparency as to where that money is going to go to, besides just saying Flagler Avenue, for what? What are you going to do? We don't know that. I don't have an answer. I hope you can give an answer sometime in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Jay.
Hi, good evening. Jay Pendergast, 5900 South Atlantic. I just want to thank the City Commission and the Mayor for hosting the parking meeting at the Brandon Center last week, bringing together all of the merchants from Canal Street and Flagler Street. I want to say Ron did an excellent job. First time we've actually had to see him in action, and it was really enjoyable. And I think it was a very positive meeting, and you're going to hear from us again. Thank you.
Thanks, Jay. Yes, sir. Come right ahead.
Hi, Raymond Lucas, 716 Francis Avenue. I'd like to say that I see a lot of children playing in the street in the neighborhood, and we need a park more than we need another house.
Okay. I like it. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Catherine Hernandez, 807 Claudia Street. I am a grandmother. I recently purchased in 2014. I love the neighborhood. I love the area. I love the idea of a park, and that's what I was told when I moved in, that place was a great place for birds and things like that. As a grandmother, I think that a park is a lot more doable than more housing in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. The others, yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Dan Trank. I live at 703 Francis Ave, and I really think that we should put a parking across the street instead of housing development, where I can have my special needs son go to spend time with. It's a beautiful neighborhood, and I love the oak trees, and I think it should be made into a park. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others here for public participation? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Swager from 713 Francis Avenue. I live kitty corner to the lot in question. I did not get any notice. I was told by a neighbor in a text of a picture of a letter they received. Little disappointed. I may have missed my chance to find out about this. I'm happy to be here to tell you that not only have I raised my children playing in that lot across the street on the cement slab and the green trees, we've collected the fallen wood from those trees, had family nights with them, and I am now raising my grandchild using that lot. A playground would be beautiful, and it'd be very much appreciated, rather than another neighbor that I love all my neighbors, but I don't need another neighbor. I need a park. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, sir. Come right ahead.
Hi, thank you for listening to us. I'm Kenneth Corcoran, 710 Francis Avenue, the property adjacent to it. We could keep saying about the oak trees. We need them. We need the birds, the children. I'm here 6 years, moved here 6 years ago. And that's the reason I was sold on that piece of property, because there's nothing next to me. The children play, it's clean, the trees are beautiful, the birds, if I could share all the photographs of the hawks and the red birds, and I can go on and on. But please, we need the park for our children, not for people that bought or put a deposit on the property 10 years ago and backed out. Now they want it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any others for public participation? Okay. Seeing none, we're going to close. No, you're good. We're going to close public participation. Thank you all for coming out. One item I'm going to address just generically. It comes up quite often, and we talk about this a lot. And there's always this, hey, we didn't know about this, and it's like, so we do our best to try to get the word out. Everything we do is publicly noticed. City website, social media, Nextdoor. We have our chief information officer post meeting summaries of what's going to be on the agenda, what was on the agenda. So in this particular case, we challenged staff to even go above that. The requirement was we just post it publicly. We went above and beyond that to send these letters out to adjacent property owners. So if I could invent a system where every single item we could push something out to every single person. But we have that. We have an email blast that goes out. So we do our best to get the word out to folks. There's always sometimes the accusation, I'll call it, that's made of, this was trying to be slipped in. That's not how we work. We do our best to get the word out. Everything we do is publicly noticed. We wouldn't have sent letters to adjacent homeowners, which is not required by law at all. You can go back and watch the meeting where I think a couple of us challenged staff and said, we want to make sure the word gets out in the neighborhood. We want to make sure we have a dialogue about this. So I appreciate you all being here to share your concerns on that. So with that, gentlemen, next item up is the consent agenda. I want to make sure I get this right because we added 2 items. Okay, so yeah, we have, I think it's 17 items, but it goes all the way through item Q, which includes the fireworks display and the FAA grant. So items A through Q on the consent agenda. Begin at the end. Commissioner Clody, anything to pull from the agenda or any just brief comments? And please, gentlemen, keep them brief. We have an extremely long meeting tonight.
I do not wish to pull anything, but I do have comments on 6L, 6M, and 6O.
Okay. If you're going to go ahead and make those comments, but
Yes.
grab that mic, though. Mike.
Well, the first one has to do with the acquisition of property on 333 South Street. What it is, it's next to the airport. It was a private piece of land, and they gained access through our fence, so to speak. Paid us about $7,000 a year for access. The property has come on the market. We're paying over $2.2 million for this property. Big amount of money. However, the federal government is paying 90% of that. After it's owned by the city, the same occupant will be in it, and they will be paying us rent of approximately $137,000 per year. So this is a situation where we will control the properties around the airport that are used for that type of business, and we'll come out ahead in the long run. It's just a big item. We're very constrained on money, but this is something that's very well sent and will actually pay itself off in a couple of years. The next item, parking improvements at the AOB boat site, something I've been after for 3.5 years. We came up with a plan to do some improvements to the property to make it easier to get boats in and out, and more organized, a safer type of facility. The cost came in far above what the project is actually worth. So we're going to reject all those proposal bids, and I agree with that, even though I really want the improvement. Under 6.0, it's a lease agreement for the property located at the corner of Canal Street and Route 1. A number of years ago, we leased it in 2 pieces. One right along the frontage with Canal Street. It's got some nice shrubbery, makes a nice appearance coming in. It used to be a fast food restaurant and was full of debris. There's another piece of property behind it that had a rental that was about 10 times as much. It's got a nice oak tree that was planted on it, and it has a little monument marker as to who it was dedicated to. We're not going to support buying that larger piece because that's about $7,000 a year. We're going to relocate the marker and lease the small piece. So we won't see any changes out there, but we'll save about $7,000 a year. So those are my 3 comments.
Okay. Commissioner Sachs, anything to pull?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Which item was the fireworks for Venetian Bay?
That is item 6P.
Thank you.
It may not, I don't know if it's here or not, but we have
No,
the
it's
attachment.
not.
Yeah.
I told our city manager that I wasn't going to pull anything, but Khaled, I had some reservations regarding that. I'm glad the fire chief is here, but just to hear my comments.
So you're pulling 6P?
Yes.
Okay, we'll come back to it. Let's get the rest approved, and I'll
That's
come back to
great.
you. All right, so Jake's pulling that. Vice Mayor?
Nothing, Mayor.
Okay, Commissioner Hart?
Just a quick comment on G&H. Again, I want to thank staff for all the hard work that they've done on getting those 2 contracts.
We did the other one previously at the meeting 2 weeks ago. In my 20 years of negotiating contracts, I don't think I ever did a contract this early, so my hat's off to them. They certainly did a good job, and also thank you for those 3 unions that were involved in that process to keep an open mind and to work with us on going forward with the pay adjustments that we're going to propose for next year. So I thank both staff and those 3 unions that were involved in that process. It makes our job, makes Natalia's job really easier. So we certainly do appreciate that. That's my comments.
Okay, thank you all. I just had 2 brief comments as well, actually, on the same items. We have an audience, so I might as well explain this real quick. So items G and H, those are the bargaining agreements with our, in this particular case, our police and our fire unions. We previously approved the bargaining agreement with our general employee union. For this to be as a consent agenda item with basically no discussion, no room full of people, non-contentious, that's really a testament to the hard work of a lot of people, our staff in the unions, our staff, our administrative staff, some pushing and pulling from the commission. What you can expect moving forward, it's not getting easier to find folks to go into public safety. If any of you all have ever thought about a career in police or fire, raise your hand, see one of our chiefs, because we're looking. We're having to pay more than ever to recruit folks into those fields, and that's what's reflected in this contract. That ultimately trickles down to you and I. That's a tax bill item. So that's what you all can expect. What you see here is the next iteration of that contract. It's going to hold for 3 years, but we're moving in really, really positive directions. And again, the collaboration, it doesn't often feel like an us versus them. It's how do we get to the right thing for the collective. So again, thanks to all the staff. Commissioner Hartman said it well. Thanks to all the staff that was involved in items G and H. So with that, gentlemen, item 6P was pulled. Do I have a motion to consider approval of items 6A through Q excluding P?
So move.
Second.
I'll take the second from Commissioner Sacks. City Clerk, if you'd call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Commissioner Clody?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sacks, your item.
Yes, fireworks, for me, dangerous, toxic, polluting. I don't know if anybody knows what the constituents of most fireworks that go up or blow up are. The ones that go up usually have perchlorates. Perchlorates are very toxic, dangerous chemicals. They're oxidizers. A lot of our fireworks come from China. Nothing against China, but we know not what goes into those fireworks. Every year, our city becomes besieged. It seems it's a battle zone, especially on the beach, which is not ours, it's the county. But it also seems that all of Central Florida brings their fireworks to our city to light them off. And I'm very concerned about people with PTSD. I'm very concerned about animals that are very frightened, and their owners are frightened for their animals. I'm concerned about the animals that get loose, and they do, during these events that can go on for 2 or 3 days before an event like the 4th and a few days afterwards until midnight or later. Again, these are pollutants that really hurt our planet. They are some of the worst days. If you look at New Year's Eve and you look at July 4th, they're some of the worst days for air quality. We have people with asthma and other sicknesses. We got enough smoke. So I'm going to have to oppose that. Okay. I don't want to tax our fire department any more than they are. And so I'll be opposing that.
Okay. Do I have a motion on item 6P?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Oh, do you have a discussion?
No, just comments.
Go ahead.
I reviewed the application, which has a very nice plan in it. Shows the fireworks will be by a lake in the golf course. It'll last 12 to 15 minutes is the extent of the display. It's pretty far away from any residential houses, so I share some of the concerns about the effects on the rest of the world, but I think for 12 or 15 minutes to celebrate our country, so be it.
All right. We had a motion and a second. City Clerk, if you'd call the roll.
Vice Mayor McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
No.
Commissioner Clody?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Next item up is 7A. I'll remind you, this isn't a public hearing, so this will be staff and commission discussion. Before we go into that, I want to say for the record, in a previous employer that I left some months back, I did provide services to a few of the employees with one of the applicants. So while the income on that was de minimis, probably less than $1,000 total, and I'm no longer actually even in that position, just out of a complete abundance of caution, I wanted to avoid involvement in this item, so I'm going to recuse myself, turn it over to our very capable vice mayor, and I'll come back when you all finish with this item.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that's a good idea, by the way. Moving on to item 7A, administrative items, new business. We have the review of applications submitted by the Habitat for Humanity Southeast Volusia and the New Smyrna Beach Housing Development Corporation for some of the excess properties that we thought would be good for these uses. Assistant City Manager Ron Nyberg, you have a report for us.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. In January of this year, the Commission dedicated 8 properties within the confines of the city to be utilized for affordable housing. At its meeting on May 10th of this year, the Commission established the criteria and designated 4 of those 8 properties to be put out for solicitation for the development to qualified organizations for the development of affordable housing. Those properties were at 2524 Nordman Avenue, 2519 Auburn Avenue, 708 Francis Avenue, and 349 Palm Street. The city received applications from 2 entities for all 4 properties that you will be considering this evening. The entities will be allowed to give a 5-minute presentation regarding the benefits of their project to you, not 5 minutes per each, but 5 minutes in total. The commission is required under the procedures established to vote on each of the properties individually on which organization to award it based on your decision on which project best suits the need of it providing affordable housing. The properties are located in the R2 district for 3 of the properties, in R3. Those districts allow for single-family residents. As you note in the submission by the Development Corporation, they submitted and proposed duplexes. You may consider their applications on the premise knowing that they are limited to only building a single-family residence on those properties. In relation to the issue on the designation of the park property on 708, our recommendation of the commission were to designate that property for ownership to any of the entities, that they do so on the provision that the city conduct a thorough title search before dedication of that property, passing of the deed, to ensure that there are no deed restrictions on that. Our initial search has found no such deeds or restrictions. We'd be glad to have any information regarding that, but our recommendation stands in terms of putting that conditional on the motion.
Thank you. Any questions for Assistant City Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Ron, we had 8 properties up for grabs. Basically, my wish would be to save 708 Francis as a park. It does have a beautiful canopy, and my God, I'm learning all the time. I didn't realize this was entertained back in '71 to be a park, and I'm so glad that the residents got to use it as one. But the question becomes, can we alternate properties out of those 8, omit 708 Francis, leave it as a park, or designate it as a park for another property out of the 8?
The solicitation that was posted was only for these 4 properties. We held the other 4 properties that are located in the CRA. We took no action on that, so those are still pending. At a future meeting, if the commission would like to propose those properties for solicitation, you could do so at a future meeting. The consideration tonight is only for the 4. If the commission wishes to make a motion not to award 708 Francis to a specific organization or withdraw it from your consideration, you have the right to do so. The one consideration on 708, if you desire not to make it available for affordable housing, I would recommend passing a resolution undesignating it for use as affordable housing.
Okay, let's do
Thank you.
this. Commissioner Sachs, if you would, let's go ahead and hear the presentations, and once we get all that out of the way, then we'll get into the specific properties, if you're okay with that.
That works for me.
Okay, great. Any other possible comments for Assistant City Manager? Okay, seeing none, first up is going to be the Habitat for Humanity. Mr. Billings, are you making that presentation?
I am.
Welcome.
Thank you. Again, Mark Billings with Habitat for Humanity. I have presented an overview to this body several times of our organization. You know how the model works. I will share with you that I work very closely with my colleague who's going to speak here in a few moments. It's our pipeline. She identifies folks in their program, those that are successful, we get into our pipeline. So I don't think you can make a wrong decision if you award these to either entity. What I will say to you is this. We have a huge need, and it is becoming ever more challenging to find individuals that can afford housing given the constraints. I can't emphasize enough that we sell the homes. The homes go on the tax rolls. Finding individuals. I heard a presentation earlier about how hard it is, even soliciting some of us in the audience to consider be police officers and firemen. I had an elected official recently in one of our communities tell me they'll leave and go to the next county for more money. Affordable housing for those individuals that are deserving and can afford it, such as our police officers, our school teachers, our firefighters, our first responders, are exactly those individuals that are deserving a hand up, break the cycle of poverty. This is an opportunity for us to take the costs out and make it more affordable. Many of you were there when we dedicated our quadruplex in Edgewater back in January. We had $15,000 in permitting fees for that project. We pay permitting fees. Our lumber cost during the peak of COVID was up 200%. To make an individual property more affordable, we have to look at the levers that we can take out. I could sit here and bore you with statistics. Like today, we closed on our 149th home in this community. We have 7 people now, 2 homes finishing up, that are currently in the pipeline working their sweat equity hours that I've mentioned to you. I have 9 more applications to review. These individuals that come forward for these properties are deserving of homeownership. They're ready for homeownership. In many cases, they've demonstrated that they've been good citizens in public housing. We do a background check. We look at their current financial standpoint. They sit down, each and every one, with me to review their finances. And then and only then, after they've had home visits from someone in our community, do I take their application and have it recommended to our board, and our board makes the decision. Behind me tonight is most of the board for both of our organizations. I won't keep you any longer other than to say the only wrong decision, in my view, is not to make a decision for these to go to help affordable housing. They're deserving individuals in both organizations. I agree. I'm the father of 4 sons. I like parks. I think we need parks. I also know that we have right now over 1,000 people just waiting for housing and more people moving in. We have in our community right now on any given day 25 or 30 people that inquire about getting into the Habitat pipeline. The last house that I closed on today appraised at close to $240,000, which would be on the tax rolls. To make that house affordable for an individual that's going to work in our community as a police officer, a firefighter, a school teacher, we have to look at ways of taking out cost. We have to make them more affordable. I appreciate your consideration, and I'll close with, I don't think you can make a wrong answer awarding them to either agency, and I'm proud to work with Teresa Pope almost on a weekly basis. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Billings. Hi. Ms. Pope? Welcome tonight.
Hi. How are you? Thank you, Mark. Mark and I do work very, very closely together with the New Smyrna Beach Housing Development Corporation, And within the last 6 to 7 years, we have housed 10 affordable housing rental people from our public housing into Habitat for Humanity home ownership. So we have great partnership to get them from affordable rental housing into affordable home ownership. Our development corporation has developed, purchased, and rehabbed over 17 units of affordable rental housing in the last 8 years in New Smyrna Beach. Our agency has 92 public housing units, 401 housing choice vouchers that serve our area. That's less than 500 families. Did you know that renters spending more than 30% of their income for rent and utilities are cost burdened, and those spending over 50% of their income for rent and utilities are severely cost burdened? 21% of our renter households in Florida are extremely cost burdened. 80% of the extremely low income renter households in Florida are severely cost burdened. So as Mark said, who qualifies for the affordable housing and what does that look like? It's our servers, our cooks, our housekeepers, our housekeeping staff, our school bus drivers, our grocery and department store workers, our trash collectors, our teachers, all of those, the ones that serve us and our families. If they no longer exist, who's going to serve us? Who's going to pick up our trash? Who's going to cook for us at the restaurants that we frequent? The average income of those currently being served in our program is $24,817. The annual household income needed to afford a 2-bedroom rental at fair market rent is $51,619. Average household size is 2.8 people. Over 70% of these are working families. The others are seniors and disabled living on less than $1,000 a month. A 2-bedroom apartment in New Smyrna Beach is over $1,200 a month. This doesn't add up. Our families do not make over 80% of the median income for our area, which for a family of 4 would be over $58,500. We have 13 children in our 17 housing units with an average age of 10 years old. When we build, purchase, and rehab homes for our communities, they're usually 100% debt-free, using grants from Volusia County and matching funds with the city, the land donations, and funding from the Development Corporation. Even though the donations of the couple of these lots to our agency would greatly help New Smyrna Beach families as we plan to build 2 to 3 bedroom homes on the lots as funding and grants become available. And as Mark said, it doesn't matter which agency it goes to, it's still going to serve our communities and keep our housing affordable. And if anyone would like to learn more about affordable housing and how we change lives and revive the communities we serve, please reach out to me at the New Smyrna Beach Housing Authority. Our board meetings are the second Monday of every month at 5:30 at City Hall Chambers. And on a final note, I am a product of public housing here in New Smyrna Beach. I raised my children here in New Smyrna Beach in public housing I'm now running for 4 years before purchasing my Habitat house. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pope.
Oh, these are our homes too, just so that you know that what we're building is quality affordable homes. These are 2 of the Habitat homes we've purchased, 3-bedroom through bath. They rent for $1,278 a month. Our Phase 1 senior housing, this is 100% ADA, 2-bedroom, 2-bath, range from $850 to $1,074 a month. Phase 2 senior housing, 1-bedroom, 1-bath is $690 to $856 a month. This is our new one on Pine Brook, 4-bedroom, 2-bath, rents at $1,542 a month. And our new transitional supportive housing program is moving people and families out of hotels, giving them 1 year to work with a supportive housing coach and moving them into either rental or home ownership. This is a 4-bedroom, 1-bath that rents for $1,400 a month. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you, any questions for Ms. Pope?
Any questions?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, I think we have a question. Ms. Pope? Yes. Commissioner Hartman has a question.
Yes, sir.
Teresa, since these are
actually zoned for single-family residential, but your bid was for duplexes. Do you have,
No, we can do single family,
okay,
yes. We don't have a problem with single family,
okay.
okay?
Thank you. So I'm going to bring this back up to the commission, and before we get started on actually just the discussion and motions, I will say that at this time, I'm not comfortable with moving forward with the Francis location. 9 residents have come out, expressed concern, and I think, and I haven't had anyone else come up on any of the existing properties other than that. So I just want you to know I'm not going to support the Francis property at this time or likely in the future. And I think, as Commissioner Sachs said, I would be interested in seeing this particular property, look at the history of it, determine whether or not we want to make it an official public use or some sort of park or something. So with that said, I open up the discussion on this item to the commission. I'll start. Commissioner Colodi, go ahead.
Just as a little bit of background, affordable housing has certainly always been an issue in this town as well as many others. However, that's not where the impetus for this whole discussion, this project started. First start is we realized we had a number of vacant properties in the town that we were either not maintaining or didn't seem to have a possibility for public use. We completed that study, and about 11 properties showed up where there was no likelihood that we would need them for anything, whether it be a community park or anything else like that. We had our staff go out and found about 3 of them that really weren't suitable for single-family housing. That left about 8. Half of those are located in our Community Redevelopment Agency area. There's different standards that have to be applied to how we solicit bids for that, which we will do. We just took these because if you want to look at it any other way, it was we could move the project along quicker. So that's how those properties came about. Now, what also came into play, we've realized that we have a number of little parks here and there. We have some other properties. So we hired a consultant who did a analysis of all the vacant properties we came up with. And they had some recommendations for us. One being, you go west of 95, there's not a single park out there. There's a lot of smaller parks elsewhere, in that we have a deficit of $80 million worth of parklands we should either acquire or improve. We took that into account when we went with this affordable housing initiative. During all the public hearings that went with the park study, unfortunately, all the residents on Francis either didn't follow our news letters, our public notices, or whatever, and they were either unaware of it or didn't express an opinion. That's no fault of those residences. But now the issue has kind of come to a head. Affordable housing is something we do have to go, in my mind, we do have to go forward with. Based on the sentiment I hear on the commission and my own, I would like to take another look at 708 Francis. I'm not in a position to take that off the possibility for affordable housing, but it does have to be looked at. I'm very comfortable with the other 3 projects, and awarding an agency the right to develop that as affordable housing. I've looked over the proposal of both groups. I'm very familiar with both groups. I find Habitat does turn out a nice project very efficiently and very cost efficiently also, without the contribution of cash from this council. or commission. Housing Authority has a very good record. They did, in their proposal, indicate they'd prefer duplexes, which would not fit into the neighborhood, so I wouldn't have supported that proposal. Also, Housing Authority is in the process of working with the developer for 80 single-family or 80 senior citizen units along the historic West Side area, and we'll be moving ahead with a second phase to put 80 1 to 3 bedroom units in for people who can't afford to buy a house at market rates. Their hands are kind of full. I believe the Habitat is in a better position to move ahead, so I would be willing to have our staff look at completing a transfer of property to Habitat for the 3 remaining properties at this time. And 708 Francis can be looked at a little closer, and then we can address what to do with it at that point.
Okay, so if I understood Commissioner Colodi, you're interested in giving the 3 remaining homes to Habitat and it pulling at least tonight Francis, not voting on that tonight to give that to either entity.
Yes, and we can have our staff take a look at that, and if they recommend a different course of action, we can consider that also.
All right, let me get the rest of the commission comments and we'll
Sure.
move forward. Commissioner Sachs?
Thanks, Vice Mayor. I'll try to be brief. A lot of people know how I value parks. They're a tremendous amenity that brings up their value, their city. It brings up everything, having a park. There's nothing wrong with having a park. The only cost is mowing the lawn, especially a passive park, which it seems is all the people would like at this time. I support, of course, affordable housing, but if my colleagues and the organizations, Habitat and the Housing Authority would be willing to forego that one property at 708 Francis and leave that as a passive park, it would also be a tremendous asset. And we could always come up with more homes. And I'm always willing to come up with more properties. But this one seems to have a tremendous value, and you can tell by the amount of people that came out tonight to support it. Green space is something that's diminishing in our city, trying to hold on to that dearly. So I would support omitting 708 Francis and leave it as a park for the people.
Thank you, Commissioner Sachs.
Thank
Commissioner Hardman?
So all of you know that, affordable housing is a passion of mine. I've been working on this for several years. I've met with both agencies. We've done business with both agencies. I think, like Mark said, we can't make a wrong choice here as long as those properties are going towards affordable housing. I can't tell you how many times I've heard that I wish my son could find a place to live here, but there's no affordable housing. He has to move out of New Smyrna Beach. Or I wish, my child, when he gets out of college, could find a place to live so he'd be closer to the family. And that's just not available here unless we do something like this. And the only way that you really are going to make these things affordable is to reduce some of those costs, either the permitting fees, land costs, because you're not going to change the design or the build. Those costs just continually go up. So our only way to do that is through either the land donation and or permitting fees waivers. So I would strongly support all 4 of these. I understand there is some issues with the Francis thing. I did check with the city attorney. She didn't feel like there was an issue, but I don't have a problem with if we table that issue until there's a better research done on that, on if there is deed restrictions on that one or not. But I think we need to move forward, and I don't think we need to kick this can down the road much longer. So if you're ready for a motion.
Well, hold on one second.
All
Let
right.
me clarify. So the attorney regarding Francis, I think there's at least a majority who want to not hear that tonight. Do you want a motion on that? And how would you like that motion?
2 options. Actually, Commission could move for approval to donate 708 Francis deny it, and then give staff direction to research whether or not there's any deed restrictions on the property, bring it back at a later date, then we can decide whether it should come off the affordable housing list. But for tonight, just make the motion to approve, you can vote it down.
Okay.
You're not
so we'll-
obligated to donate.
Understood, thank you. Okay, so the only question left in my mind is we have 3 properties, 2 entities. Commissioner Colodi, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but indicated that you would like to see all 3 go to Habitat for Humanity. So I would like some, I get what you're saying, but I haven't spoken to either entity on where they feel, whether or not there's a specific property that's a better fit for what they do. So I'm a little more along the lines of splitting the baby here. But anyway, let me start by this. Is there a motion to approve the application submitted by Habitat for Humanity or New Smyrna Beach Housing Corporation for the property of 2524 Nordman Avenue? I'm asking for a motion for one of those entities on that specific property.
Quick question, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, it's a pick when you make your.
Go ahead.
Yes, we do.
Can both agencies apply and receive some of, let's say 3 properties, just one?
But 2 agencies have applied for each property, but we can't give one property to both agencies. So right now, I'm asking for a motion on, and the motion maker is going to specify whether they're making it for Habitat for Humanity or the New Smyrna Beach Housing Corporation.
Okay.
And on this specific location is 2524 Nordman Avenue.
I'll make that motion.
Second. Oh, I'm sorry.
What, Jake, we need a motion for what entity?
2524 Nordman Avenue to Habitat for Humanity.
Habitat for Humanity, okay. And we have a second by
Second.
Commissioner Colodi. Kelly, call the roll.
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Commissioner Colodi?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGurk?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes unanimously, 2524 Nordman going to Habitat for Humanity. Okay, is there a motion for 2519 Auburn Avenue?
Make a motion that we donate the property to Habitat for Humanity.
Second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Kelly, call the roll.
Commissioner Colodi?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, motion passes unanimously for Habitat for Humanity. Is there a motion for 708 Francis?
I'll make that motion to award it to Habitat for Humanity.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Kelly, call the roll.
Commissioner Hartman?
You can follow it up with staff direction.
No.
Vice Mayor McGurk?
No.
Commissioner Sacks?
And no.
Commissioner Colodi?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, and I think staff direction is to take a look at that property. I think meet with the residents. I think I would like to meet with the residents, and I think we just need to spend a little more time on that to see where we go with it.
Yeah, if the young lady who had all of that documentation, if she could provide it to the city attorney's office so that we could review some of that, make copies or whatever, we certainly would appreciate it.
It's okay, wait, I can't have you speak from the audience. It's okay, we'll get that from you. Okay, I think staff has direction on that. Moving on to property 349 Palm Street. Is there a motion?
Make a motion. Make a motion that we donate 349 Palm Street to Habitat for Humanities.
Second.
Kelly, call the roll.
Vice Mayor McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Commissioner Colodi?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, motion passes unanimously for Habitat for Humanity. Thank you. Thank the residents for coming out and speaking. Appreciate you being part of this process. And now, Mayor Russ Owen will reappear.
While the mayor is walking up,
Yes.
I just want to make a comment that Our housing authority should not look upon this as a rejection of their plans or their performance, because they've done an excellent job. It's just that the approvals will fit, I believe, better into the neighborhood, and it'll certainly move quicker because it's a private entity. So that's it.
Okay. All right.
So, never mind. I was just gonna ask what that process is. So we
So from what I heard, it sounds like there's always been talk to make it a park, but no action was ever taken. So it sounded like there's no deed restriction, but it was always talk about doing that.
Right.
So I think we'll probably need to meet with the residents again, and you all will have to decide, do we want to remove it from the affordable housing list, designate it as a park, or, what steps to take on that?
Okay. And those that we donated, we'll just do a quick claim deed and,
Oh, yes, actually, if you make a motion to authorize the city manager to execute any contract documents related to the transfer of title, we've already set forth in our process who pays all the fees in closing. So if we could just get a motion authorizing the manager to sign on behalf of the city, we can move forward without coming back here.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Hold on. I didn't catch the motion. What exactly is this?
Authorizing the city manager to execute the contracts for donation so that we don't have to come back to commission to
On
approve the
three
contract.
properties, not including Francis?
Correct.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Okay, well, since this item is still the same, we have a motion and a second. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Kelly, call the roll.
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Commissioner Cloney?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGurk?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we're all done with that item finally. Thank you all. Next item up, second reading and public hearings. We have item 8A is next. That's ordinance 3622. This is the second reading and quasi-judicial public hearing of an ordinance which have adopted to add the use of school as a special exception in the B3 zoning district. City Attorney will read this ordinance a second time by title only. Before you do that, Carrie, hang on. If you were here for a previous item or as we tick through these items, we do not take offense if you step out and go to dinner, go have a drink, go have fun, do something after your item is finished. We ask just do it quietly, respectfully, but we completely understand that. We would also leave if we could, but we have to be here for the rest of the items. So with that, City Attorney, read it a second time by title only.
Ordinance number 3622, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach amending the land development regulations, amending Article 5 zoning district, Section 50402, specific regulations by district, B3 Highway Service Business District, to add schools as a special exception use, providing for codification, providing for public hearings, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Okay, so the way this is going to go, gentlemen, in public, we're going to hear from staff, probably be a fairly brief presentation. We'll then hear from the applicant, anything that they would like to share. We'll then hear from the public, any members of the public that would like to speak on this item, and then the commission will consider the item. We'll follow that for all of the second reading and public hearings, or at least the next couple. So with that.
Hello, what we have here today is ordinance 3622. We have applicants Amy Michaelis and Lindsay Strausbaugh, who have requested to add a school as a special exception use in the B3 Highway Service Business District. The three standard special exception criteria apply as they do for all special exceptions. In addition, there are three other criteria that have been added. Proposed outdoor play areas shall have a 6-foot fence around them. Parking lots must meet the standard requirements for the B3 zoning district, and schools must be under 250 students. This has already been going to Planning and Zoning Board. They voted 6-0 to approve. I don't know if you want me to mention the next item because they're very related, or I just want to do these.
Go ahead. We'll consider them separately, but go ahead if you want
Okay.
to speak
And
to
then
that.
concurrently, we have an application to put in a school at 311 North Owen Street as part of this. So you would potentially be voting on this and then voting immediately after to add a school at 311 as a special exception. We feel they do meet all the criteria that have been added to the B3 in this process, and staff recommends approval on both items 8A and 8B.
Okay, thank you. We'll now hear from the applicant. If you all would like to speak, this is your chance. Don't feel like you have to, but if you have something prepared, feel free.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. I know by now you know exactly who we are and what we're here for, but we just wanted to thank all of you for taking time to get to know what we do and the people that we serve. As you can see behind us, we have lots of people. We promise they're not talking. But this is more than two girls that are just trying to move a facility. It's about a community, and these people are part of the community, and they will continue to be. So we hope that you consider them for future events and anything else that comes up.
Well, our hope tonight is to seek approval from you all. Our job here will not be done. We want to continue to fight and advocate for the individuals in our community who need more supports and the families that need that support to follow them as well. We hope that you can continue to get involved in what we are doing. We welcome you and anybody in the community out to continue to fulfill what we're trying to do. And we thank you for your support and hope to collaborate more in the future.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, we'll now hear from any members of the public that wish to comment on this item, item 8A. Any members of the public for this item? All right, seeing none, we'll now hear, I guess we have no closing remarks, I imagine, from the city, nothing to address on that. With that, Commissioner, any discussion, or do I have a motion on this item?
Move to approve.
Let's start with the ordinance. 2 votes.
Yeah, so motion on ordinance 3622, so we're clear. I'll start with that. Motion on ordinance 36-22.
Move to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on this item? Go ahead.
I just have a comment. I'm going to have a comment later in commission comments about this particular article or this particular ordinance. Nothing negative towards the ordinance. It's just part of the process that I'll speak to you guys later about.
Okay.
This whole, the way that we do this. So.
Okay. Any other
But I wish them the best of luck. So.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, City Clerk, if you call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Commissioner Colodi?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, we have one more item, gentlemen. Again, as Jake explained, closely related. This is another public hearing, so Carrie, do you need to read heading on this one? No, we're all good? I don't believe we need another staff report. This is another public hearing, though, that is separate. So any members of the public wish to speak for item 8B? Seeing none, we'll close that public hearing. Do I have a motion to approve that this is the special exception specifically to the school from the applicant that we just spoke, or we just heard from? That's SE-1-22. Do I have a motion to approve?
I'll make that motion.
And I'll second.
Any discussion from the commission? Only thing I would say is to the general public, if you came out on another item, this is your chance to learn something about something else great that happens in our community. Go to their website, check out this school, truly what they serve here in New Smyrna and the resources they are for not only our residents, but really for folks from miles around. It's a pretty incredible resource, and we're happy to see them expanding in our community. So with that, City Clerk, if you would call the roll, please.
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Commissioner Colodi?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGurk?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. SE-1-22 is approved. I think the hard work begins now, though. I saw the building a couple days ago, and it's now I think they're going to leave here and go start painting as right now. So, all right. Congratulations, you all. Thanks for coming out. Item 8C, a public hearing to consider a final plat approval for Florida Days Phase 5. This is a public hearing to consider that approval. Jeff, do you have a report on this one?
I do. This is a little out of sequence. It's the 5th phase, what's supposed to be the final phase of Florida Days subdivision. According to the PUD, there's 113 acres. This is for 20-some acres in the northernmost portion. It consists of 8 lots, all of which front on Creekshore Drive. The smallest lot is over 100 feet wide and 23,000 square feet in area. This had been initially proposed along with Phase 4 and went to the Planning and Zoning Board that way, was recommended approval along with Phase 4 then. We've since sent it out to our reviewing surveyor, and there's been some title issues that have prevented Phase 5 from being included in this. So they have asked to just see if they can get approval for Phase 5 only at this time and come back to you later for Phase 4. Construction plans, you may note, are for both phases. That's okay with us because they're separate sheets in 2 different areas, so they're not really affiliated in terms of construction.
Okay.
And I'll be glad to answer any questions.
All right. I'll come back to you on that in a second. It's a public hearing. Any members of the public here to speak on this item? Or the applicant have anything to?
Good evening, Mayor, City Commissioners, and staff members. My name is Mark Rakowski from Land Planning Consulting, 822 East 8th Avenue. I'm here with Mike Hickson, who's the owner of the project, Florida Days. Today, we're just asking for approval for Phase 5. As Jeff indicated, we had a little issue with Phase 4. I think we've subsequently gotten it fixed, but we'll just have to come back in August for that. Phase 5 was originally to be 10 lots, and then Mike and his group decided let's save a few more trees, so now it's only 8 lots. Same thing with Phase 4, which was going to be 36 lots, and now it's only going to be 30 lots. So we got about 21.5 acres. 9 acres is east of Creek Shore, and that's going to be just open space. We got about 10 acres, I guess, or 12 acres on the west side. It's going to be the 8 lots and some retention area. The planning board voted 5-0 for approval, and we're hoping we get the same vote from you guys. Any questions I can answer?
Any questions for the applicant? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Again, it's a public hearing. Any members of the public here to speak on item 8C? All right, seeing none, we're going to close the public hearing. To have a motion to approve application S121.
So move.
Second.
Any discussion by the commission on that?
Keep up the good work.
All right. Seeing no others, I would add to that, echo Vice Mayor. Very, very proud of the Florida Days product, what you all put on the, put out and the way you do it, and respectful of the community and the things that we value, the environment, the way you build. So appreciate it and wish you all the best. City Clerk, if you call the roll, please.
Commissioner Cludy?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, it's approved. Thank you all. All right, item 8D, public hearing to consider the appeal of the Planning and Zoning Board's denial of SP 2821, a Village East Site Plan Class 3 for Venetian Bay. This is a public hearing. We're going to hear, again, same kind of order. We're going to hear from our staff briefly with a report. Then we'll hear from the applicant. Then we'll hear from the public. And then at the end of that, we'll kind of have commission discussion. So with that, Jeff, anything to add to the staff report?
Yes, as stated in the staff report that's attached to your agenda tonight, it's an appeal of a decision by the Planning and Zoning Board to deny final site plan approval at their June 6th meeting. That application was first presented to that board at their May 2nd meeting, then continued to June when it was denied by a vote of 4-2. And at this point, I believe the applicant has a presentation.
Okay. Thanks, Jeff. Now hear from the applicant.
Good evening, Tara Tedrow, Lowndes Law, 215 North Yola Drive, Orlando, Florida, here on behalf of the applicant. You have a long agenda, so I'll try to get through this PowerPoint as quickly as I can. Well, that one's not mine, so I probably shouldn't present that. Let's see. There we go. All right, as noted by staff, this is an appeal of a denial by the Planning Commission last month. In terms of property information, it's currently cleared and undeveloped. It's part of an overall PUD, well known as the Venetian Bay PUD. There is a master development agreement that corresponds with the Venetian Bay PUD, and it's actually been approved for over 20 years. So I don't think anybody here is going to take credit for authorship of some of those original terms, but it has been amended 12 times since then. And then in 2016, it underwent a restatement and amendment as well. So over the years, this MDA has changed, but it has provided guiding standards for how different portions of this PUD were supposed to be developed. Some of them are incredibly specific, and as you'll hear tonight, those incredibly specific standards were adhered to as part of both our preparation of a site plan in accordance with your code's Class 3 site plan requirements, and it was reviewed by your professional staff in accordance with those requirements as well. The MDA encompasses 1,140 acres total, contemplates a full build-out of 2,063 residential units over the entirety of the PUD, with 110,000 square feet of non-residential uses permitted. With the addition of the 322 units that are allowed under the site plan that was submitted, the total density would be 1,994 units in the Venetian Bay and 734 specifically in the Village Center, so still below the allowable density that has been provided under the MDA. By terms of background, this same Village Center site was previously approved by the Planning and Zoning Board at a June 1st, 2020 meeting, and it was for the same general type of request, a Class 3 site plan approval. That existing approved site plan, which is still a good plan today that could be developed, proposes a two-phase plan consisting of 4 buildings with 21,431 square feet of commercial retail on the first floor and multifamily residential units above, and 2 are proposed to be exclusively for multifamily use on those remaining buildings. 296 total multifamily units were proposed and approved under SP 2318. That site plan required and allowed a 25% reduction in parking. That is not something that is being requested through the site plan tonight. So if you go through the nearly 60 pages of the site plans that were submitted to your professional staff and reviewed by them as part of their initial recommendation for approval, you'll see that this site plan actually generates 1,497 less average daily vehicular trips than the prior approved site plan would, based on ITE manual standards in terms of the amount of traffic that comes from commercial uses in residential, as opposed to just the residential being requested tonight. Moreover, under the terms of the MDA, the exhibits to the agreement provide very specifically, so some of those development standards I was talking about that are codified in the MDA and which might confuse some residents because they might think the parking doesn't seem like we have enough. And that's a perception issue because really the MDA is what guides and dictates how a developer is supposed to design their plans in accordance with those terms. So the site plan attached to the MDA has provided that 1.5 parking spaces are required for multifamily units. So if you look at Section K on page 49 of the MDA, if we had a 25% parking request, even without that parking request, we still exceed overall parking. So our plan provides 483 spaces, which would be required, but we actually go above that and do 489 spaces. In addition to meeting the 1.5 minimum parking standard, our plan also provides 22 dedicated spaces that during the day would be allowed for the customers of the commercial uses across the street. And then in the PM, it would be allowed for the residents of the multifamily units, and that would be controlled through a sticker system. So the residents with stickers on their car could park in the PM, but if they were to park during the daytime hours, then they would be subject to being towed. In addition, just in terms of the entire Village Center, the entire Village Center requires 1,119 parking spaces. With our plan, with no request for a reduction of that 25%, which again, the MDA very clearly says because of shared parking in urban form, 25% could be requested, but we are not, unlike the prior site plan that was approved. 1,704 spaces are provided, which exceeds by about over 690 spaces what's otherwise required in the entirety of the PUD area. So tonight's proposed Class 3 site plan would replace that currently approved plan with the same project boundaries, but we would be eliminating the commercial component and adding just a few more, 26 more multifamily units, again, still far below what the overall density permitted in the Village Center and in the overall MDA would be. By way of background, the plan that was before you tonight was presented to P&Z at their May 2nd, 2022 meeting with a staff recommendation for approval. As you all know, a staff's recommendation is considered competent and substantial evidence in a quasi-judicial hearing. That staff recommendation had a condition that no building permits would be issued by the city until the pending commitment agreement was signed by all parties to ensure provision and completion of all proposed Village Center civic use areas and facilities. That commitment agreement was a letter agreement between Colliers, the developer, and that was signed by the assistant city manager, which set forth some civic use requirements that we'll talk about. Moreover, at the May 2nd, 2022 P&Z hearing, the project was continued to June 6th with some conditions. First, to provide P&Z with revised elevations showing the buildings, and second, that commitment agreement actually be signed. So in satisfaction of those requirements, those elevations were provided ahead of the hearing, the signed agreement was provided ahead of the hearing, and the applicant then demonstrated satisfaction of those P&Z conditions, which also was confirmed in the city's professional staff report on June 6th, which again recommended approval of the Class 3 site plan. So our request is a Class 3 site plan approval for a proposed multifamily project and associated infrastructure for 322 units within 5 four-story buildings on a total of 9.16 acres within the PUD. And as I mentioned, that civic commitment, and that's a letter that was attached as well in your packet tonight in the agenda. The land use matrix in Table 4, now this is a very long MDA, so if you haven't had the distinct pleasure of reading it in full multiple times, there are some land use matrices that are set forth in the MDA. One of those requires that the Village Center provide a minimum 10% civic uses across the 60-acre total Village Center, which means 6 acres would have to be required. So that letter that is in your packet and that was submitted by the applicant said there were 2 different ways to satisfy that requirement. It set forth 2 different concept plans that proposed civic and scenic trails, butterfly gardens, flower gardens, pavilions in different areas on those 2 distinct site concept plans. Both of them were backed by a 115% performance bond that would be placed by the developer to guarantee that that civic commitment would be fulfilled. All of that exceeded the minimum standards that were required under the MDA. So when that was reviewed again by your professional staff against the terms of the MDA, that's how they came to the determination that that letter agreement would be sufficient to satisfy the 10% requirement under that table in Exhibit B. In terms of some project details, this shows you some of the elevations of the project itself. And again, those were requested to be submitted and they were provided with the details that P&Z had previously requested. Moreover, this shows you the overall site plan. You can see on this site plan the details specifically of the civic trail. In the wetland area, I want to make sure everybody knows that we are not counting that wetland area toward our civic commitment for those trails. That is separate, that's permanent conservation, open space. But it is very clear in sections 18 and 20 of the MDA, and it actually encourages there to be passive recreation that utilizes some of these open space and green space areas, even in some of the protected and environmentally sensitive lands, as a great way to have walking trails around them. All of that would have to go through Water Management District permitting, and again, in the event that the Water Management District wouldn't permit that civic trail, an alternative was reviewed and approved by your professional staff as a different type of civic trail use that could be utilized for the community as a whole. This shows you just the site plan, taking out the civic trail portion of it. That shows you our 4 different residential buildings with the clubhouse as well, and some additional units there, as well as all of the self-contained parking that we would have on site. You can see one of those parking lots is what exists today across Luna Bella Lane from the existing commercial uses. That would be the one that would be reserved with 22 spaces, again, open to customers of those commercial uses during the daytime. In terms of standards for support, the standards for support are very clear. It's actually a limited question before you tonight. If you look at section 1103 of your code, a Class 3 site plan approval is essentially a technical review. It's pretty ministerial in nature. This project qualifies as a Class 3 site plan under section 1102. It was prepared and submitted according to the technical requirements of 1103 subsection C1 through 3 in those standards. And then the city performed a technical review of those plans, and they approved it in accordance with section 1103 subsection C4. So in terms of looking at a site plan, all of the standards, and again, very technical engineering standards in nature, all of those were done in accordance with what your code requires. So your evaluation tonight is whether or not we have met those Class 3 site plan approvals. Moreover, your staff report had provided a basis of support. The staff report explicitly provided that all TRS members have now approved and or signed off on the plan. The proposed plan has been found to conform to all of the minimum requirements of the Venetian Bay PUD Master Development Agreement and the specific village center requirements within which this proposed site is located. So in coming up with their professional determination that we met all applicable standards, your staff reviewed not only the technical standards under Section 1103, they then cross-referenced them against what the standards are specific for village center development in the MDA, and then determined that all of those standards were met as part of a review process that your staff underwent with the applicant, which is why they came up with their ultimate conclusion that staff recommended approval of the Class 3 site plan to the P&Z board. So our request tonight is for approval of the plan that is before you. I am sure there will be some questions and comments from the public. I would ask for the opportunity to be able to come back up and respond, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have before that time.
Okay, I'll open it up for the commission. I do have two things. Actually, the first one is, remind me your name. I'm sorry.
Tara Tedrow.
Tara, that's right. All right, thank you. So, Tara, question for you just kind of right up front. And we haven't heard from the public yet here, but of course we've all heard from the public in various different fashions. Couple of the things that I've heard consistently from the public. One of those concerns is the architectural design. Mm-hmm. They're saying it's not necessarily, throw out the MDA for a minute, just person to person, you look at it, you look at what's there today, it's not quite the same. So for the applicant, is there an openness to a discussion about that? Maybe it should have happened way before right now tonight. I'll acknowledge that, but is there an openness to a discussion about the architectural standards and the design of the building, the four walls that we all have to look at as we drive by that every day?
Yes, but just for clarity.
Sure.
The MDA actually does not have architectural standards for multifamily. So if you look at the MDA, it is very clear. There are architectural design standards under Exhibit B. It specifically says, look at Appendix F for architectural design standards for storefront commercial. And then it provides additional design standards for commercial uses. There are no references to any appendix of additional architectural or design standards in the MDA. So when the applicant made their initial application with their architectural standards, it actually met what the MDA said, which is to provide a diversity of different housing types and styles. So the MDA does not put forth any of those requirements. Now, back on February 2nd, 2022, Jake Baker asked that the applicant revise their submittal to change some of the color schemes to be a bit more compatible. So they did. But that was the only request that was made at that time, and that request was complied with. Having heard that there might be some additional lingering concerns about that, so putting aside that just from, and again, I always hate to have to be the very technical lawyer in the room, but because I am, there is no legal requirement that you have to meet certain architectural design standards. If there were, and we hadn't met them, I would have told my client, you could get denied tonight, and we would not withstand judicial scrutiny if you failed to meet explicit design standards, but there are none. So your staff reviewed, they said that we met the intent, and that was the competent substantial evidence that brought us to a quasi-judicial hearing with a recommendation for approval. But putting that aside, we reached out to the end developer and asked if they would be willing to take a look at the prior approved site plan, because we were told that that had a bit more of similar architectural standards than what was presented tonight. And they said, yes, they will work with staff as part of the final plan review and approval process, again, separate from a Class 3 site plan approval, because architectural standards are nowhere in Section 1103. So, but we are happy if that wants to be a condition, that the applicant will work with your professional staff to come up with architectural standards that might be more similar in nature to what was under the prior approved site plan.
Okay, thank you for that. And well said. And you said it early on. I've explained it many times as well. We certainly are familiar with it. We're operating under and being governed by a document that was written 20 plus years ago. I said it earlier, I'll say it in public. I hope the folks that wrote it are no longer in the profession of law. But we are where we are. We have what we have. And so, but you all want to be a part of the community. You just heard the previous applicant. We like to work with people in the community. We like for people that want to be a part of the community, that want to listen to the community and do what's right for the community. And so I will tell you, and you'll probably hear from the public tonight, that's one of the things that's been raised. So I appreciate your willingness and the applicant's willingness to hear that and to work with staff on maybe trying to just amend that architecture to where it's more in keeping with everything else that's around, especially kind of that city center corridor. The other thing that I heard a lot was related to parking. You addressed that, I thought, quite succinctly. So I don't know that I have a lot to add there other than just acknowledging, I think you're going to hear tonight and that even at the increase from 483 to 489, in practice, what some residents will tell you is, there's not enough parking. So I'm hopeful you all can help us understand. You're obviously wanting to serve the people that you're building this for. So in your professional opinion, is the yes, there's the minimum requirement. We're slightly above that, but in a practical terms, is this going to meet this, or are we just really kind of creating tomorrow's problem that someone else is going to be sitting up here, or we're going to be listening to complaints about? And is there any willingness to kind of talk through that and figure out how we could address that?
Yeah, and parking and traffic are kind of ubiquitous concerns everywhere around the state. And having worked with a lot of multifamily developers, anytime that we do independent parking studies, the end user wants to have enough parking. Nobody wants to be underparked, have their residents complaining, right? So I think part of this was a conscious decision that we didn't utilize the 25% reduction. So we went with what the code requires and then exceeded it rather than utilizing a 25% reduction. So keep in mind that prior approved site plan, which they could go and work with your staff to get building permits for tomorrow, has 75% of the required parking, whereas we provide over 100% of the required parking. But in all of the multifamily projects that I handle, we typically are looking for a 1.5 parking ratio. And so that is pretty standard with what I've seen statewide, and that is a parking standard that could have been updated in one of the 13 amendments that have happened. And certainly if it was a response to a market analysis, right, because part of the reason for revising the plan that was already approved is a response to market conditions and demands. If there was a need for additional parking, that would have been taken into consideration by the developer, because there's certainly flexibility to get more density if they had wanted it. So they made the determination this is appropriately parked. We didn't ask for a reduction, and then we provided some additional spaces in the area that have already been provided today across Luna Bella, next to our adjacent vacant portion of our lot, because that's what some of the residents have come to expect, is that small parking lot area continuing even after we've built out. So that, again, was a thoughtful part of the site design process.
Okay. Last thing for me, and then again, we'll open it up for other questions, and then we'll hear from the public as well. The third thing that I think you'll hear come to the surface, you've no doubt heard this, is this notion for the broader project of this community space and community center, fill in the blank what you want to call that. So there's something that's available now. Again, it's one of those terms in this MDA written 20 plus years ago that is extremely nebulous. It's ill-defined. It's completely lacking in definition. But the concern is that what has been provided to date, again, over the broader site, and I know this is all kind of coming down to now this specific one, because we're just at the tail end of the project, so everything feels like this is our last kind of chance, if you will. So is there any openness from you on, again, I can't point to anything in the MDA necessarily at this point. We can talk about that later, and the attorneys can talk about that, but just person to person, is there any willingness to kind of talk through that with the residents, with us, and figure out how we might kind of address some of those concerns?
Yes. And I want to make sure, too, again, because I don't want the anger about this MDA to be directed at you all. Again, not the authors of this MDA 100%. Or the 13 amendments that have happened since it was originally conceived. So you're right. The MDA does not have a definition for meeting hall / community center. So the MDA provides where there is a lack of a definition, you go to your land development regulations, and if not, you'd go to Merriam-Webster's dictionary. So Merriam-Webster's dictionary says a community center is a building or a group of buildings that are for civic and or educational uses. If you go to your land development regulations, building is defined as something with a roof and columns or walls. for a variety of uses. So under that definition, a pavilion could be a community center. So I think, if I got up here and I said we're doing that, we'd probably get some boos and moans from the audience, right? So it's a bit of a moving...
Not our audience.
Right.
They wouldn't do that.
It's some audiences. It's a bit of a moving target as to what that means when there's a lack of clarity in the MDA. So, and just so everybody knows, the MDA in Section 16 sets up that there are two requirements, one of which is under 16.1.2, and that was met when there was a 20-acre school site that was dedicated to Volusia County schools, and that was done back in 2004. So that 20-acre commitment that was required under the MDA, Section 16.1.2, has been satisfied. The separate provision that you're referring to on the community center is 16.1.3. Now, that provision says that that community center can be provided, doesn't give a date certain, and then it also says that the developer can charge for that community center. Now, at a certain point, the HOA was leasing back in November of 2020 a space from the developer for their offices, for the HOA offices, and to have a meeting room. Then in September, by a vote of the resident board members of the HOA, so the developer wasn't voting, the resident board members voted with the advice of independent counsel to purchase. And part of that purchase in the deed actually restricted verbatim that the use of that Unit 119 would be for community center / meeting hall and an HOA office. And so that was the satisfaction of the commitment in the mind of the developer until we heard some concerns of people saying, hey, we think we want more. So in speaking with my client this evening, we said, well, we have additional space that can be potentially utilized, and it would be probably 7 times what they have now, about 1,300 rentable square feet that could be utilized that are empty today, that right within the Village Center building, already built out, so you don't have to wait for us and make promises and post-performance bonds. It's already there. That we could have that available as well, again, for those who would like to utilize it for those types of civic and community purposes. Again, I don't think there is a single one thing that any of us could say would satisfy every person in the room, because you don't know what the build out looks like. You don't know if they want to park or benches or tables and chairs. So that's something that we are happy to discuss tonight. And again, we don't believe it's required for Class 3 site plan approval, but happy to try to have that discussion to mitigate some of the concerns that I think we're going to hear.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that.
Sure.
Thank you for that time. Any other members of the commission have any questions for the applicant's representative? Commissioner Colodi.
One thing you said, I think you need a little bit of clarification on. You said certain of the people who are using it will get stickers so they can park at a certain period of time in a certain area, and that is to preserve parking for the commercial. Who will enforce that?
Sorry, so the stickers would be, the residents have stickers for their parking lot.
Yes.
So if you were going to use that other parking lot at night, you would have to have a sticker for that. And I was told that that could be enforced by the developer, by and owners associations.
So it would not be enforced by our...
Hang on.
Well, I mean, I'm sure code enforcement, but...
I didn't mean to start that.
Hang on, Commissioner Colodi, hang on. So I'm so proud of you. I was just bragging about everyone. I just bragged about my audience, and then you go and do that. So let's for one thing, we have a court reporter here who's just doing her job. She's trying to capture everything that has been said. And when there's murmuring and stuff, it makes it hard for her to do her job in capturing everything that is said, not only here, but even stuff out of the audience. So please just, let's get through this. You'll have your chance to speak. So as we go through this, I just ask you to be respectful of that and try to keep it down for, if nothing else, for our hardworking court reporter.
As I listened to your testimony, and of course took every word of it in, you're basically the attorney for which party?
For GeoSam.
Not for either the purchaser or prospective purchaser or developer or whatever. So you're the attorney for GeoSam. So you're not presenting any testimony now. You're basically relating what went on at the other 2 hearings before the planning board, correct?
Correct. I did not present at those hearings, watched the testimony in full, but I was not the attorney at that hearing.
Okay, so you're just, I wasn't either. So you're just relating what went on. You're not attempting to add anything to the record. You're just
correct,
telling us what went on and your opinions as to what's in the the master development agreement, which we all understand is older than anything and should never go on this long, and the desires of the public in general change over that time period. Some of your interpretations I don't know if I agree with, but once again, that's really not the subject of this particular hearing here. So if anything's further coming along past this, I will pay close attention to it, because I think that when you have 6,000 people or however many live out there, and it appears the majority of them are not really happy, that something needs to be done to change that. So I look forward to those type of opportunities to come up. Reiterating what you said and what's on the screen in front of me, our staff recommended that everything had been met. I would have a hard time not adhering to that. So that's about it. But I look forward to the overriding issues being addressed before you get a final sign-off on the complete development of this project. I think the idea of a trail, that the trail is basically proposed through uplands adjacent to wetlands. I don't agree with that concept, but once again, that's not the subject of this particular matter here. If for some reason the conversation does somewhere down the road go towards the community building, the approval of this site plan, will that leave any vacant space in the community zone for the construction of such a building? Or will all the vacant upland areas be taken up?
I believe that would be in the village center sub-district specifically. Yes. That would take up the developable remaining acreage for residential or storefront commercial.
Correct. There's a little.
And who might you be?
Coleman, corporate counsel for GeoSam.
I didn't hear
Amber
that.
Coleman, corporate counsel for GeoSam.
Okay, so you're not a professional either, professional engineer, planner, that type of thing.
Correct, but I can speak to the MDA and what we've provided. But yes, that the civic. Are you asking about the civic space?
If there would be, if this site plan gets approved, will there be any space left to construct a community center if the future discussions go in that direction, or are we cutting that out at this point?
Without redevelopment, yes, there would be no space. We've designated pretty much everything else for the civic use. So they will have a civic element to the other vacancies in the village center, but not specifically for the community center.
Okay, so we could, at some point, I guess, add PUD Amendment 14, if that's what number we're up to address that type of an issue. But once again, that's not part of this.
Okay.
We're certainly willing to have a conversation.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
for the applicant? Commissioner Sachs.
The rendering that I see before me is quite different than what we see now on the site. Can you explain why the difference?
I believe it could have been because of the color schematic, and I'm not sure what you're looking at but it might have been the color palette schematic that was different. So perhaps that might be one of the distinctions. Or are you asking the difference between the first site plan from 2020 versus the one now?
Well, the existing buildings that are there on site and the renderings look like totally different buildings.
Oh, I'm sorry. You mean the town center building?
Yes.
Okay, right. So the town center, and that was one of the things that I probably spoke a little too quickly addressing. But the MDA doesn't require there to be architectural similarity between the buildings in the town center and across the street on the property that we're developing. So you can see a little bit of the distinctions in the townhomes, the Messina townhomes, versus the town center building versus what we are proposing. And again, the MDA does speak to some architectural diversity. And so that's why it's not just apples to apples in terms of providing that similarity, and it was never requested by staff during any of our submittals. The only thing we were requested to have was a color scheme more compatible with the town center.
One more question, please. And I'm not quite understanding, if you could clear it for me.
Sure.
Is it your assertion that a trail provided becomes part of the MDA as a civic center space?
No, and sorry. So there's two different components. So the matrix, the land use matrix in Exhibit B to the MDA sets forth some development standards. So density, intensity limits, and then it says that 10% of the overall village center subdistrict needs to be for civic uses, which is inclusive of the open space, the trail network, outdoor pavilions, things of that nature. So that's why achieving that 6-acre minimum, which would be exceeded under the letter that was submitted in the packet tonight, that civic commitment letter, that is separate and distinct from the section 16.1.2 requirement for a meeting hall / community center. So those are not, we are not trying to, thank you for clarifying, we are not trying to use a trail as a community center. That was simply a clarification as to how that 6-acre minimum civic use requirement would be met by the developer.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions for the applicant?
Not at this time, thank you.
So you're representing GeoSam then?
Correct.
Who owns the property across the street, the property in question?
GeoSam now. Under contract for purchase.
Okay. And they're the ones,
Hang on.
We have sold to Collier.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, we
Was in
remain,
contingency, sorry.
GeoSam is still the applicant, but Collier has purchased the property.
But our commitments tonight are binding on that property in question. So even if Collier sold it to somebody else, if they wanted to develop, it would be under the plan tonight unless somebody went and changed it and got approval for that.
and GeoSam filed their original site plan, the original one? And
The
then
2020,
Okay.
correct.
And so when did Collier purchase the property?
December 2021.
Okay. So then you're filing an appeal on their behalf, or?
So we remained, when we sold it to Collier, we revised the application to make them the owner, but we remained the applicant under the application. So representing Collier through this approval process.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, there was, I can't find it, seem to find it, but in the letter from the Assistant City Manager, it speaks of the community space and facilities. Do you know what that was referencing? In your agreement, the agreement letter that you guys signed to provide for, to place the bond for the future trail system and facilities.
Are you asking, I'm sorry, can you just clarify what you're asking? Are you asking?
I'll look and see if I can find it. And
Okay.
Save that question.
All right. Any other questions for the applicants? Okay, thank you all. Tara, would you like to have public comment, respond to each, or do you want to kind of wait till the end and just have a chance to respond?
At the end would be preferable, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so at this time, we're going to open it up to the public. I know that we have one kind of presentation, but if others are here after that and would like to speak, you are welcome to do so. And if you would just give your name and address for the record as well.
Yes, sir. Tony Oddie, Venetian Bay, 3530 Grand Tuscany Way. Thank you so much, Kelly. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. there'll be a number of people speaking from Venetian Bay, but right at the outset, since the applicant gets to come back and rebut whatever's said, I have a couple things that you may want to ask the applicant when the applicant comes back. Number one, if the attorney is representing GeoSam, can that attorney make commitments for Collier? Because Collier owns the property, and I heard the attorney say that they would look at the site plan that's now in place now, they'd work with staff, and they'd make the building more similar in nature. That's all on Collier. That has nothing to do with GeoSam. So I don't understand how that commitment can be made for Collier. Another thing that was said about the stickers, we're going to have a presentation here that will talk about parking, but one of the things about parking is we're afraid that the parking has been undersized, and so apartment residents will be spilling out onto the streets. Well, can those stickers, can some enforcement agency tell people with stickers they can't park on the streets? At least during certain times. I mean, because I can see one of the biggest times is at lunch. And nobody can go to Happy Deli if the whole street is filled with people who live in the apartments. So that would be something to look into. So as a resident of Venetian Bay, I'm very concerned with the Collier site plan and the requirements in the MDA by GeoSam that have not been met. And so these two issues are really related, because at the May 2nd P&Z meeting, there was a discussion about this being the last and final piece in the village center. So we really need to get this right. And now let's talk about the site plan. As you know, the request was to a new site plan. There's a site plan in place today that the building on that site plan, and it's just been mentioned, that site plan was submitted by GeoSam. And the building with that site plan looks very much like the town center building that's there with Happy Deli and Snap Fitness, the spa, Cross Creek Church, Exit Realty. So this is what the request was, to add 26 more units, take out the commercial in the approved plan. And this was the picture that was submitted that for the May 2nd P&Z meeting of what the building would look like. Now, I challenge anyone how that building has any resemblance whatsoever to the town center. And this is back looking on the other side of the town center from the lake. The rendering above is the GeoSam approved plan, and just in comparison, the approved plan matches the town center. So at May 2nd, P&Z Board continued consideration of the site plan until such time that revised elevations are submitted that show what the actual buildings would look like. And this is what was provided on June 6th, a single front elevation with color, and then some black and white kind of flat elevations. It was really tough to see what it was. So then on June 6th, the action taken was rejection, and objections supporting that were noted in the meetings on both May 6th and, May 2nd and June 6th. So for tonight's meeting, the applicant has shown the same elevation, and again with the black and white elevations that were submitted previously. Now, here's the thing that I think is a very important point, that you just heard the attorney say that the MDA doesn't require the building on the Collier sites to look like the town center. I beg to differ. The MDA, page 52, section 4E, says design of multifamily projects, and we're talking about multifamily projects, which this is, shall be consistent with the pedestrian scale and character of the sub-district. Very clearly, it does not comply. And the attorney kept saying professional staff did this. At least when I worked here for 10 years, we did not have an architect on staff. Tonight, you will hear from an architect who will weigh in on this and give an opinion. So my recommendation is the City Commission should deny the appeal based on the applicant's failure to provide acceptable elevations, starting with May 2nd, P&Z, up till today. Let's talk about the meeting hall just for a moment. There is a section in the MDA that there's supposed to be a meeting hall community center, and that center shall be built by the developer. On the left is a picture of what we have as compared to what I think most people would think a community center is. That's just a generic picture on the right. On the left is a picture of the conference room that the HOA bought as part of an office suite. The office suite's 1,500, give or take, square feet. The HOA paid GeoSam $259,260 for that office suite. So the developer's claim of commitment satisfied, that really needs to be reviewed. Rob Earhart is going to do the parking part of this. And again, I mentioned the stickers idea for the street.
Thank you, Tony. Good evening. My name is Rob Earhart. I reside at 3421 Gallia Street in Venetian Bay. Thank you for your time this evening. So as Tony said, I'm going to address some of the parking issues that you've already heard about. So here's an aerial of the existing town center and our attempt to quantify how many spaces there are and where they're located. So approximately 266, just shy of 270. If you consider the parking requirement from the perspective of storefront commercial, the city has a standard that one parking unit for every 300 square feet. And so if you do the math, you get 270. So as the site currently stands, we're nearly in a perfect balance. So we make reference to Collier here, not GeoSam. I apologize if that's not legally accurate, but it's our understanding Collier owns the site. Collier was the applicant. Collier was the one that was going to develop the site per this site plan request. So on the left, you can see an accounting of some of the numbers that I think the GeoSam attorney made reference to. And on the face of it, it would appear that, in fact, I think what she said, that the total provided exceeds the net required. However, that is using the 1.5 multiplier. So the upper tier box highlighted in yellow, the 1.5 parking multiplier has, quote, been found to be unworkable, unquote, for the city staff. That's something we're asking you to take under consideration. Also, we found some information in the MDA that, at least to us, suggests calculations do not comply. The calculations you see on the left do not comply with MDA page 69. We'll unpack that with the next few slides. And then we also think it's worth considering that the city of New Smyrna Beach has an off-street parking ordinance that cites 2.0 spaces per dwelling unit, not 1.5. So I made reference to a page of the MDA. This is that page, and I'll read to you some language that goes on page 3 of the MDA. It reads in part, and I'm quoting, "This agreement is a composite of the following documents, drawings, and exhibits, which shall be read or reviewed together in order to establish the requirements, purpose, and intent of the plan. The documents, drawings, and exhibits which collectively shall be referred to and applied as the plan are the instruments listed in 4.1 through 4.7. This is referenced as item 4.5, which are by reference incorporated herein. So we see a yellow in the upper right corner. We've taken that specific information and show it on this slide. So you can see that there is a calculation leads to a total parking requirement Then there's a bottom line that says total parking provided. So as best we can tell, Collier has used most but not all of these lines to demonstrate their parking calculations, but has chosen not to speak to, at a minimum, that bottom line, total parking provided. And if you compare the total parking requirement to provided line, there's an increase of 88.5%. So we're taking the position that the MDA, in fact, has something worth considering, that they must apply an 88.5% increase. I'm not an attorney. I don't know that that's legally accurate. But if you apply that 88.5% increase to the math that we showed earlier, you can see that there's actually a requirement for 685 slots. And by comparison to the 488 that they're providing, or 489, I believe is the number I heard quoted, they're almost 200 spaces short. Again, just for your consideration, if you apply not that MDA standard, but the city's off-street parking ordinance at 2.0 spaces per dwelling unit and do the math, you come up something over 150 spaces short. So the takeaway is that there's not enough parking. And on page 47 of the MDA, the description of the village center includes the following, and again I quote, "It will serve the entire village, including contiguous developments with a mix of uses that will help to create a vibrant, sustainable community," end quote. So it's our position that the parking capacity provided in the revised site plan request is clearly unsustainable and therefore in opposition to the stated intent of the MDA. So our recommendation for the City Commission is similar to what you heard earlier from Tony. You deny the appeal based on the applicant's failure to provide an acceptable parking solution. We've chosen to link that to a statement that was made by the Assistant City Attorney at the May 2nd meeting. Her use of this quote was not specific to parking. It was specific to the civic use, but it's our belief that that statement applies more broadly to the entire development request. And so enforcing the conditions that are within the MDA at the natural ending point of the area with this last development. This is the last chance. So in conclusion, we can assume that this experienced developer had ample time and opportunity to conduct their due diligence on the Village Center East parcel. In deciding to move forward on that purchase, they assumed a responsibility for meeting the requirements of the MDA and the PUD as it relates to this property. We, the citizens of Venetian Bay, believe the City Commission has the final authority in holding the developer accountable for meeting these requirements, the spirit and the intent. And we believe the MDA sites that Tony and I have referenced in this PowerPoint equip you with at least the ability to consider that we've provided competent, substantial evidence to deny the developer's request for approval of this modified site plan. We ask that you do just that. I'd like to thank you for your time and your thoughtful consideration, and as some people have earlier said, I personally would like to thank you all for your public service. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe.
Hi, Joe Dluback, 3587 Casalta Circle, New Smyrna Beach. I asked for this slide to be put up because this comes directly out of the MDA. And if you'll notice that the site where Village Center East is being proposed, in the MDA, it states right now that this site will in fact be a full retail complex. Instead, the proposal is to put in residential. That is background. What I'd like to do is talk about several items having to do with what the significance of a PUD is and work toward the storefront commercial aspect of the problem. Florida state statute requires that a PUD, a planned urban development, be self-contained, that it in fact will have the facilities on site to satisfy its residents. The ultimate goal is in fact to minimize traffic on city, state, and county streets. Our village center, by the myriad of definitions within the MDA, satisfies that. I'll only read a couple. It's the urban hub, pedestrian-oriented, and specifically shall provide much of the retail and other commercial needs of the village. Keep people off the street. Everything that we've seen in advertisements when we all bought homes there suggested that on the site we are now considering, that was going to be a retail complex, and it is not there now. Next, we come to the issue about defining what the requirements are for that. And very specifically, the MDA states that all of the storefront commercial will be in the center and calculated as 20 square feet per dwelling. Just for reference, the original MDA had a requirement of 61.5 square foot per dwelling unit. And in fact, if you were to look at that, another version of this picture, it suggests that there will be storefront commercial to the further north on Lunabella and along the strip of land going toward Fountains East. In calculating the requirement for storefront commercial, we looked at the numbers provided by GeoSam, and with full build-out, there will be 3,316 dwelling units. GeoSam chooses to use the number of 2016, which is a number buried in the phasing section of the MDA, and is specifically called non-bonus housing. Having said that, there must be bonus, I don't know how many other categories there are, but if I look at GeoSam's list of housing developments, dwelling units within each community, they total up to be 3,316. That results in a great, huge difference in what the requirement needs to be. Further, when we look at what exists right now, we and GeoSam agree that there are 51,000 plus square feet available on the ground floor of Tuscany Square. And so from that, we see that there's a deficiency of about 20,000 square feet, which must be satisfied by incorporating that within Village Center East project. We can't dispense with that, it's required. What GeoSam chooses to do, along with all of the square footage within Tuscany Square, chooses to include under the storefront category the pool. 30,000 square feet of the pool is put underneath the storefront barrier condition. And when you do that, of course, we've got enough there, they would say. You don't need to do this on the other side. The developer also claims that we can't lease what we've got. I have a sheet I can show you which says that out of the 51,000 square feet, only 1,500 square feet of that is vacant. That's like a 95% occupancy rate. And even if it were below 75%, there is a requirement in the MDA that the developer provide the resources to bring them up when in fact they're required. And lastly, a favorite phrase we used in the Navy, there's kind of a critical mass. You know, if you need to have the right mix of the right elements to make this whole thing work. And if you were to look at the site right now and see how much is retail, only 2.6% of the land area in Tuscany Square happens to be retail. Let me close with just a couple of comments. You cannot ignore the issue needed for a community center nor the issue of parking, traffic, and safety. Plain old common sense must prevail, else the village center is doomed to failure before it is built. There still will be minor skirmishes, but the village center is, from our perspective, our residents, the village center is our last hurrah. This is our chance to finally influence something that is really important to us. We count on you to protect our interests. You have the power, no, you have the obligation to do so. A comment that I like to profess, remember, we at Venetian Bay want to be the model for how a large development can succeed. We do not want to be the test bed for the next one. And finally, the residents of west side of 95 feel like we're being treated as third-class citizens. And we will long remember the actions taken here this evening. Thank you.
Joe, real quick before you go, I had a question. You mentioned 3316 units. Where are you coming up with that? I just want to make sure I can trace that back.
I have a table where GeoSam has listed each one of the neighborhoods, how many units are in there, how many have been sold, how many are buildings, and that number 3316 comes from that table.
That's like a commercial sales document, or
I'm sorry?
or that's a table that's in somewhere here, or like a commercial sales document they have, or?
I think that it's part of the exhibit they provided to the planning department as a monitoring report.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Hello.
I'm Sally Gillespie. I live at 610 North Peninsula. And tonight I'm speaking for the Residents Coalition. We're very concerned about this development because it does speak to just about every violation of the mission statement of our group. Greed definitely is taking over in Florida, and New Smyrna Beach is no exception. And we believe this is one example of that. Certainly, the PowerPoint presentation, the in-depth study that the citizens of Venetian Bay have done warrants your serious consideration. The MDA that was presented by the developer's agent is certainly open, at the very least, to interpretation. And I think enough questions have been raised tonight to give you pause before you would consider voting for this particular development. The parking, for example, personal testimony may not be worth much, but I can tell you I go to the Venetian Bay town center, almost every month, and I cannot find parking. It's very difficult. I cannot imagine how those small businesses can sustain no parking. And unlike Flagler and Canal, which have big parking problems, people do have intersecting side streets. That doesn't exist out there. That is not the way, as you can see, this area is planned. So be very conscious of the impact on those small businesses. And the fact that more small businesses were supposed to be brought to this site. A large room that is partially occupied by the developers, HOA, is equivalent to a standalone civic center, which was promised for this spot. Every one of those hundreds of people who bought property in Venetian Bay were expecting to have a place together as a community. It's a healthy thing for a community to come together. We have the Women's Club. We have the Coronado Beach Club. But the west side of our town doesn't have any such gathering place that's continued. I understand the dilemma you're in tonight because you have approval from city staff. And to their credit, they're going by the obvious ramifications, the obvious data that they're presented with by the developer. But you know, all the boxes have not been checked tonight. And you've been hearing those boxes, those considerations of the citizens and their needs and the small town business people and their needs. And you have to consider that. And I'll tell you what's really worrying me tonight, and that is the Borough Pitch brought to our attention the fact that all of this work by citizens and all the evidence you will hear from citizens is not considered to be expert testimony. So if you were to have the courage tonight and deny this development, and the developer chose to sue the city, you would not be able to present this wonderful presentation as being expert. It's interesting that you are not alone as a commission, in having this problem. So other cities are doing something for their citizens. They are employing experts in the field of whatever the controversy is. Tonight, if you were choose to consider this, you would consider an expert who would be able to tell you, as a planner concentrating on the impact of high-density development, exactly in his or her terms, what this will mean to that community. That, I think, would be very effective in a court of law. It is obvious that this is not going to benefit one citizen in Venetian Bay. It is strictly something for a developer who has already behaved egregiously in many occasions. I understand it is not GeoSan, it is a partner or whatever. But this area has been abused badly by development. And I think you owe it to these people to at least consider bringing in a citizen's expert who can give you another side that has been brilliantly shown tonight, but not by experts. Thank you for considering this.
Thank you. Jay.
Hello, Gerard Pendergast. I am an architect, and I was asked by residents of Venetian Bay to look at the MDA and look at the presentation and make a few comments. So I did that. And I have to tell you, the commercial in your MDA, all the commercial architectural standards are for like 2-story buildings. They don't address anything that's there. So if you're to look at your architectural standards, they really don't exist. So if you're to say, how is this building compatible with the neighborhood, you have to go through the MDA and begin parsing it to see exactly what was the intent, because the architectural standards are lacking. And I think I came up with 6 different questions about the MDA and how this proposed building relates. And one of the first questions is, are the proposed buildings consistent with the pedestrian scale and character of the district? Pedestrian scale, same scale as the building across the street. Character is completely different. I mean, you have a neo-Mediterranean building next to something that looks like it should be a dorm at UCF.
Jay, I hate to interrupt you, but real quick, Carrie, I want to get so introduce himself as an architect, making statements on the facts. Do we need to do anything in this case? I don't know what he
Would the
wants to do.
commission wish to consider him as an expert after you hear his credentials?
Yeah, I mean,
He can qualify as an expert if he sets forth his credentials, and he'll be subject to cross-examination by Ms. Tedra.
Jay, give us your credentials as an architect, if you would. I mean, we all know you, but just list those
I'm
credentials,
a
if you would.
licensed architect in Florida. I've been practicing for 35 years.
Okay. Any objection from the commission certifying Jay as an expert in the field of architecture, considering his testimony?
If he wishes to be.
Okay. I think he is, by nature of the 35 years he wishes to be. All right, so go ahead.
Anyway, I'll be happy to read my questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
And, I'm here to represent the community.
Okay.
Our second question is, has the building design been coordinated for the purpose of creating a pleasing and harmonious overall environment? These buildings are not compatible. Is the building, third question, are the buildings internally consistent with the design theme of the Venetian Bay project? No, they're not. Has this development, is it consistent with the PUD the city approved? Looking at the MDA and looking at what's on the screen right there, that's the site plan. And you look at a completely different site plan for these buildings. So no, that's not consistent. There are provisions in the MDA that allow modification. And I believe it's already been modified 13 times. But was that done to accommodate this development? This development is based on a city village center, and now it's really completely residential mixed use, not even mixed use, it's just a residential multi-unit building. And so that is what triggers a lot of the parking issue, because the parking was based on shared parking and a different ratio. Now this is completely a residential project. It is no longer, there is zero commercial in this project. So, if the MDA had been modified to allow these changes, then that would be a whole different story. And the following question is this development consistent with the expectations of the residents? When the people purchased Venetian Bay, they were looking at these drawings, the village center with commercial and all of this, and everybody says, well, commercial doesn't work, we're not doing it. Well, yes, but it has not been removed from the MDA. So I think that maybe this is being fast-forwarded, that the development agreement should be modified in order to make this consistent and compatible. And really what we're getting down to is it's aesthetic. This building doesn't look like the rest of Venetian Bay. And at first when I looked at this, I thought, well, is that a separate village? No, Venetian Bay is a little village. No, it's part of the town center. So I really think that you need to see some overall compatibility. I've always believed in compatibility in my designs. And I just don't see this as being compatible with what was designed and what the citizens were sold. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Bill Kaiser. I live at 3434 Medici. I came to Venetian Bay and I like the area. I think it's beautiful. I don't think the parking is adequate. I think if it does go forward the way it is, I think you're going to kill the businesses. I live there every day and I look at it and I go, I can't see where whatever's been proposed is going to fit with the community. And I see those poor businesses going out of business. And I also would like to say, I don't care for the style. I don't care for the looks of it. It doesn't fit in with the community. I look at the the buildings that are there today, and I look at the one that's proposed, it's out of character. It just doesn't fit. And I do agree that I think there needs to be the commercial aspect really reinforced, because that's what a lot of us bought when we moved here. We thought we were going to be in a village center, and now it's turning into an apartment complex. I also I'd like to read on behalf of Dan Giuliani, our president of the HOA, who can't be here tonight. He's on a family trip, so he asked me to read this. And this is with regard to Exhibit C, the site plan drawing 4/15/2022, the developer, Collier Companies, has elected without consultation with Fountain East HOA to connect their parking lot to the easement track and road deeded to Fountain East, governed by our Declaration of Covenants. This connection creates a traffic path for construction vehicles and eventually for tenant traffic to enter and exit the Village East site, placing an unacceptable burden on Fountain East Townhome community. The Fountain East HOA objects to the connection and asks the City Commission to require the Collier Companies to remove this connection completely without delay. Currently, the road that Dan's talking about is a one-way road around the back of the units to get into the garage areas. And the way it's connected, it could turn out to be a two-way street. And of course, if you live on that side, you're going to want to hop out of there in the morning to go to work. So it's going to be two-way traffic going through there. And as the owners have to pay for that road, we don't think that's a good idea, and we object to that. The only other thing I'd like to say is I looked at the walking path that came around, and I know it's not in what, quote, is a wetland, but I live on the south side, and there is a path that comes around the back, and it curls at the end of it. You see it ends there? That is not a wetland, but the area is wet, and there's cattails growing in there, and there's lots of birds and animals get in there, because every time it rains, it fills up with water, and it's really a natural state. And if they want to put a path in there, it's going to destroy that. So please give that consideration. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other testimony on this? Yes, sir. Come ahead.
Good evening. My name is Gary Armstrong. I live at 3504 Sonesta Court, Venetia Bay, here in New Smyrna Beach. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I thought I was going to come up and be smart tonight until I saw all that. I just realized I'm a regular guy, and you guys should be careful what you wish for when you ask for these roles.
That's how we feel sometimes, too.
Yeah.
Just regular gas.
Much respect to you, Be careful what you wish for, that's right. I guess what I've seen, the first meeting I ever went to was the meeting earlier this month at the zoning board. I'd never been to a city meeting, so I was very fascinated, but I picked up on a few things where my conclusion is the application should have never been approved because there was no clear definition. The assistant attorney said that there's no definition on how much space or what a meeting center should be, but since they didn't know, let's approve it. And my thought was, well, why don't we just find out what it should be and define what that should be? And then I see the renderings of the apartment building that's got this big clubhouse built in it, and they got 300 units, and they're putting this big clubhouse, for 300 people in here. There's, I guess, with the occlusion of the palms, I think is what's getting it up over 3,000, if you want to know that. They're offering that little office so that we can see where there's failed. So with all due respect to the staff, they shouldn't have approved that and gone along with it without having some things defined. Maybe I don't understand the role of how things get done, but I would think you kind of can break it down. And going back to the other site plan that was done in 20, I was thrown off when I found out GeoSan was pitching tonight, but then she said it was a contingency. So that's telling me they brought the closers in to keep the sale, because if they can't get the site plan done, they lose their sale to Collier. I could be wrong there, but that's what it seemed like. But the multi-family unit phrase is, you can have condos or you can have rental apartments. They're both multifamily units, but they're really different in concept. So on the one side of the town center, you have condominiums above the retail space, and I believe that was the intention of the family units above the proposed site plan, or the approved one set now is to be condos. So now what they want to do is to eliminate, because that's the issue tonight, is just to take the commercial aspect out of it. And that's what was in the last meeting. But all these other things about meeting spaces and all that kind of reared its head. But I guess the Collier Company represented themselves prior as the owner, and they want to be a landlord. They don't want to be a developer or a seller. They want to be a landlord. And so that's a different dynamic. So in plain speak, as a resident, you know, they're just wanting to turn my town center into an apartment complex. There's another apartment complex. And so I would ask that you please not allow that. You know, and even tonight, the gal that came up, pardon me for the gal term, but she said that there was no other space available now for the civic meeting or need. And so this is the last space that's available. And they've been able to maneuver through these amendments, 13 of them, et cetera, and to build all this land out for homes, more and more units, sell those lots, get it going, right? And, but the one component that sold, or a large component that sold us to move in there, was we'd have a village center, a town center. You know, we were told there'd be parks and things like that. We got a park, can't even park. There's not even parking spaces for the park. But I feel like I'm rambling. I'll ask that you not disrespect the refusal of the board of the meeting before. I ask for you not to vote. If you do vote, I ask that you refuse to allow the appeal to reverse the decision. I was asked to read, we all kind of say the same things, but said differently. So the concerns voiced here are multidimensional and difficult to judge and make a decision tonight. The Homeowner Coalition recommends that the City Commission defer the decision until the issues can be defined or resolved. And maybe those issues are defining what is architectural. Maybe it was just done. What is the proper square footage of a clubhouse, civic center, community center for a neighborhood of 3,000? Hey, I came up and spoke in my number 2 meeting.
All right.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
Peace.
Any others for the public hearing? Yes, ma'am, come ahead.
My name is Sharon Moore. I live and I work in Venetian Bay. I've lived in Venetian Bay for 8 years. It'll be 8 years in August. I've seen many changes over the years. Most of them have not been for the betterment of the community. I work as a business administrator at Cross Creek Community Church and Day School. We are located on Lunabella Lane, right across the street at the town center, right across the street from where the property is being developed. As most of you have heard, almost all of the residents are against this. There's not a day that goes by that I don't look out for the children crossing the street from our schools. I would like to thank the Planning and Zoning Commission for the meeting on July 6th. That gave us another opportunity to express how we feel about this. There's so much traffic right now on Lunabella. It's dangerous for small children. I feel nothing should come ahead of the safety of our children and our grandchildren. Venetian Bay is in need of very many things, but apartments is not one of them. We need a playground for our children. There are no playgrounds. We have a small toddler playground that I think has 2 swings and a small slide. We need a place for our youth to gather. to play basketball. Right now, we have a place called JR's Park, which is has a broken concrete. It's not basketball regulation size. There's empty field there that could be a soccer field but isn't. There's a lot of things that we could do for our youth. And we need a community center for our neighborhoods and for our people to gather. That's what creates a community. The relationship between the people that live there and the caring of each other in that community. And the thing we don't need is to allow profit and greed to overtake our community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I know we have others that have come forward. Please come ahead. I'm going to say this. Just for the sake of time, we're pushing into 9:30. We've got a lot of other items after this, and we still have, as a commission, to debate this one item and go back and forth. And so I would never want to cut off anyone from the public. We represent you all. This is what we're here for. But I would just ask you to be conscientious of time and conscious of new things. So if it's something someone's already said, we know you all are here and probably share many of the same concerns. And we generally, this audience is empty at this point of the night, so we know why you're here. So if you have something new to add, please do so. If not, just in respect of the time, and just ask, be as succinct as possible is my only request.
Thank
you.
you. Hi, my name's Kim Berkey. I live at 3413 Medici Boulevard in Venetian Bay. And thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak to you. My husband and I had a house built in Venetian Bay in 2015. We sold it in 2021 and moved into the Fountains East in the heart of the town center. We liked the appeal of the town center and being able to walk to the gym, shops, and dining. We were under the assumption that the apartment retail in the same design of the existing apartments and shops were going in because it was improved in June of 2020. If we knew a 4-story building consisting of 322 unit apartments were going in, we wouldn't have sold our home and wouldn't have moved into the Fountains East. On the Venetian Bay's website, it says providing service and convenience. Venetian Bay Town Center serves the heart of the entire community of Venetian Bay. The Town Center hosts a wide variety of community events, activities, restaurants, and more to come. That was a quote. It consists now of, we'll go through all the different shops that we have, but I encourage you to go on the Venetian Bay info and take a look at the pictures. The atmosphere will no longer be if these apartments go in. And the lack of the parking will hurt these businesses that are already there. You play an important role in all communities in New Smyrna Beach. Please hear our voices in the Venetian Bay community. I'm not sure how all this works, but a top-level law firm shouldn't be allowed to change something that has already been approved and expected by our community. How many times does GeoSam or the Collier Group or whoever we're dealing with change their minds about what they want to build in our community? How come they can rely on representation and who represents us as a community? When we moved into Venetian Bay, we were presented with the beautiful picture of the town center consisting of shops, offices, and restaurants. I'm concerned that these apartments, which do not represent Venetian Bay at all, is not what we need in our community. Who wants to come to the town center to see a row of apartments that don't even represent Venetian Bay as a whole? It's called town center for a reason. Just like Beachside has Flagler and Canal as a center of their community, we would like the same for our community. So thank you for your service to our community.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out. Yes, ma'am.
Mayor and Commissioners, Paula Durance. I live at 3453 Medici Boulevard. The girl that just spoke said everything on my mind, basically. Okay. This is the same reason I moved into Fountains East. I was told that they would build an identical center. What's already existing on the other side of the road is the drawing. Do I just put it in here?
Give it to the clerk if you'd like. Sure.
That's been changed. This was to be my forever home, and now it just doesn't appeal to me at all. The other thing is the parking. On a practical sense, they've allowed 1.5 parking spots per unit. That's saying 50% of the apartments are going to have 2 vehicles. Come on. Everybody that is an adult, it draws an active adult community. So all couples are going to have 2 cars. It just makes common sense. Roommates, whatever, are going to have 2 cars. The parking's just going to be totally out of control. And the other thing is when all these cars begin to park on the street, you're going to have access for emergency people to come in, the width of the fire trucks, the ambulances, all these vehicles blocking the road. So I'm not going to take up any more of your time, but thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Record. I don't have a dog in this fight. I don't live in Venetian Bay, but I've heard a lot of good comments tonight. But what I want to warn you about is the following. Right now, you have currently 2,042 single-family homes coming up, being planned to build, 640 townhomes, roughly 222 condominiums, and 224 hotel rooms. So, these folks are wondering, what do we do? Is as we're constructing more and more in Smyrna Beach here, you're putting stress on the roads, on the wells of water, potable water, on our sewer systems, and what we have here in this town. So tonight's fight is the first one. You're going to find more of these later on. So how you choose tonight is going to define how you do in the future. If you decide to deny it, they're going to sue you. You know that. That's going to happen. They're going to come in and say this is wrong, whatever. Are you willing to stand up for a fight? I think these guys are. They're ready to be sued. Fine. Bring it on. The city has to stand at some point, and you guys here, commissioners, have to say, it's enough. Come at me. Go ahead and take it. So, thank you.
Okay. We lost the last time we did that. It's like a week ago or so. I'm just saying, we're not above that. We just track record hasn't been great. Yes, sir. Come right ahead. Actually, while he's coming, where was this to the young lady that spoke to this and provided this picture? Where did this come out of? I lost you. Yes. Okay. All right. Okay. That's don't say too much because she's trying to listen over here. But so, okay. Provided by the builder was a short answer. Yes, sir.
Troy Coleman, 307 Venetian Palms Boulevard in Venetian Bay. Just a couple new points. Thanks for listening to us tonight. You're in a tough position between the developer and the homeowners, but just want to make a point that the homeowners have been trying to get answers from our HOA, from the meetings that we've been going to, and they've been very coy and very not clear on the numbers and what they're doing. So it's just built frustration with the homeowners, right? You've heard it coming at you from all directions. And basically, we just want, whatever the coalition said, we all back it up. So please take to heart what they're saying, and just wanted to be another voice. And if you want to look at what GeoSam, what promises they keep, just look at the Palms, because we live in the Palms, and it's a disaster right now, quite frankly, how they've laid the houses out and everything, and that's already gone and all platted and everything. This is our last stand. You are our last line of defense. Please help us out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Real quick, I wasn't going to go in there. Larry Kelly, 2808 Paradiso Court in Venetian Bay. Been out there about 9 years. Place was fabulous when we got out there. A lot of promises were made. It's a business's job to make money on what they do. And, if we had Mike Hickson in here from Family Days, we probably wouldn't have this discussion about GeoSam and the community and what they're going to do. They're trying to maximize a piece of property, jam as much as they can in there, and 1.5 parking spaces per unit is ridiculous. I go to the gym, believe it or not, at 6:30 3 times a week, right? So I see the carnage in the morning from the cars parked in front of the apartments and people sleeping out there in their cars sometime, and it's quite humorous. And then we don't want to be a community of wrecker trucks driving around pulling cars out of this parking area. And It's math, not magic. There's more than 1.5 per cars for those apartments over there. And, hey, they're doing what they have to do to get over there. But, it is. He said it's our last line of defense. I mean, if you look at the town center, cracked sidewalks, pavers haven't been pressure washed in years. Where there was once grass, it's all roots. I've seen people come out of Happy Deli and trip over the roots. They just haven't lived up to the bargain. It's over profitability, and they're trying to squeeze the last dollar out of this piece of property. I think it's one of their last pieces of property out there. So, that's just how we feel about that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Larry. All right. I don't know about you all. I'd love to hear the applicants' answers on some of these questions and issues that have been raised. So let's go for that.
Tara Tedrow again for the record. So the first question I think that came up was, are we able to make these commitments? And yes, all the time I represent somebody who might be the developer or the owner of the property. So what we've committed to tonight, we have discussed with Colliers, and we can make those commitments, and those are binding. So again, Colliers sold the property to somebody else, their predecessor would also have to follow any commitments that we make tonight. Parking's gotten brought up a lot, and so I just want to make sure, because it appears that there might be, and I will candidly tell you, I read this MDA a lot to try to figure out, to make sure I was cross-referencing the correct standards. But one thing that gets submitted with site plans is a monitoring report. And so with our submittal, a monitoring report went to your professional staff. That monitoring report lays out in painstaking detail every single unit, every square footage of commercial that has been sold and accounted for in the entirety of this project. The master developer has this data, and that can get cross-referenced against what your staff has in their permits and their approvals of their records. So the maximum number of units, as we've talked about, allowed is 2,063. That is explicit in the MDA of non-bonus units. We are nowhere close to being over that. I don't know where 3,000 came from. I looked, I couldn't find it anywhere on the compliance monitoring report as of March 4th. And this report that we submitted to the city accounted for the 322 units that were proposed. So the numbers that we've provided show that we are below the allowable density within the overall village center, sub-district, as well as within the MDA as a whole. So when you look at those parking standards, somebody had shown you that concept plan, and that concept plan does set forth the 1.5 number. I doubt you all would want to impose 1.5 if you had the option tonight. But that's the way it's codified in the MDA. And the MDA is a set of controlling standards. And just as I'm sure homeowners wouldn't want to go pull a fence permit and find out that all of the rules that they read in your code changed upon the day that they went to talk to your staff about it, those expectations for the developer have been set forth in the MDA, and then anything else that isn't in the MDA, again, would go back to your code. So the 2 parking spaces per dwelling unit, not applicable. It is codified that it is 1.5. Again, your professional staff has confirmed that as well. So I can appreciate that there's some consternation from the residents. And again, I don't live here, so I'm not going to pretend that I am in their shoes and I'm going to drive there and I'm going to look for parking spaces the way that they might feel that they are. But on the other side, you have to look at what the rights under the MDA are, and it's very specific that we are, again, providing more parking than what the 1.5 would require. Something that's interesting that comes out of the MDA as well with regards to parking is that it mandates shared parking overall in the community. And then it gives a provision for that reduction as we've talked about. So just to be clear, our project does not utilize a 25% parking space reduction. The prior approved site plan that is on the books as of tonight from 2020 does utilize that 25% parking reduction. And in addition, the intensity of that development is significantly greater from an impact perspective than what we're proposing tonight. So yes, we have 26 more units, but we have a reduction of a 6-figure number of what you're going to get for trips and you're going to get for square footage. I mean, it is a large change that we are proposing between these 2 plans, that it is certainly less intense than what you would have otherwise gotten. So if people are expressing concerns about traffic and safety of children crossing the street, I think you would prefer 1,497 less average daily trips coming from what is a by right use on this property. And so those are the numbers that, again, were provided with a traffic study previously that were submitted. There was also a lot of talk in terms of the building not matching the town center. And I can certainly appreciate that there was some conversation from an architect who said and acknowledged that there was a lack of standards. So he sort of pieced together and came up with a set of different questions, none of which were questions from the actual MDA that you were to pose to yourself if you were developing or having the project reviewed. You have to read in context what the multifamily development standards are for our sub-district. So if you look at page 52 of the MDA, it does say the design shall be consistent with the pedestrian scale and character of the sub-district. But it gets more granular than that. So you got to read it in context, because it goes on to provide things like a front to build line, the way you have private realm porches, attached units, first floor elevations, your build to line, your lot area, your lot depth, your minimum building setbacks, your requirements for balconies, awnings, covered entries, arcades, roofs, those are set forth. All of those are on our site plan. So nobody has contended that those development standards haven't been met. It's just they don't like the architectural design. So I hope that the commitment, that though it's not required as part of a Class 3 site plan approval, we will commit to working with your professional staff to making the conceptual renderings more in line with what the prior approved plan was that had that similarity to the town center. And I will say that Fountains East and Messina are not exact replicas either of what the town center architectural style is. And those are approved. Some people here live in those. And those certainly haven't caused a collapse of the village center as a whole. But that is one commitment that we can make. Happy to have it be a condition of approval tonight. Again, it is not a Class 3 criteria, but happy to have that be part of your professional staff's review. You task your staff with doing a lot of reviews like this. I certainly think they are well equipped to be able to do that analysis as this project moves forward. In addition, there were some questions with regards to, again, I think parking, I won't go over that too much because we do have a reduction in the parking. There was a question with regards to Collier having access to Fountains Road from this apartment project. That is an emergency access only, so I think for the gentleman who was concerned that there were going to be cars going out from one of the access points onto Fountains Road, that's emergency only and it's gated, so that will not be an access point. There was also a question about the amount of commercial and whether more commercial should be provided as it was needed. Again, the commercial square footage requirements under 8.4 of the MDA require 20 square feet per dwelling unit for storefront commercial in the village center. If we had 2,063 units, that would require 41,260 square feet of retail commercial. Currently, 81,113 square feet are provided. That's in the monitoring report as well. So those standards are being met or exceeded throughout the entirety of the MDA. Another question, again, as about too much development. This is meant to be a village core. It is allowed to have a certain amount of residential density. I could appreciate if we were coming tonight to ask for variances and deviations and increases in density and saying we'd like to change that 2,063 number to 3,000, or we would like to have less parking than even the 25% reduction. If we were coming and asking that tonight, all of this would be on the table for consideration. But we brought a site plan that complies with technical criteria, which puts you all in a difficult position from a public standpoint, not from a legal standpoint. It's a really simple answer from a legal standpoint under Section 1103 of your code. I can understand that it feels difficult given the pushback that the residents feel that maybe they had promises made and promises that were broken. And I know there's a lot of distrust for developers, but I think we might forget that developers created Venetian Bay as well. It was the developers who built the residential units and the commercial square footage that has made it a vibrant community that it is today. There will continue to be developers that come in, that bring in the more residents that were always contemplated from day one. So I don't know if there are more questions that I can answer specifically as it relates maybe to civic commitments or the rooms that we've talked about or architectural standards, but again, I want to make sure we address them, even though they are extraneous from the Class 3 criteria, but I don't want anybody to walk away to feel like we glossed over things that they said or that you all don't care, because that's certainly not the position that you're in.
And I appreciate that, and I think you said it well. I mean, some of these things are really, by the very letter of the law, they're kind of really not on the table. So I do appreciate you kind of delving into some of these things, because you can appreciate the spot that we're in and the residents that we answer to. I think you hit most of the things. The one thing that I think someone asked is this notion of the stickers, this whole sticker concept for parking, and using that also to limit keeping certain parking off the street so that can be available to the businesses. And then getting back to the enforcement of that, maybe codifying who would enforce that. I wanted to kind of pair that with something else, though. The businesses there today, the 81,000 square feet of commercial, I think I agree. I don't know that I can count Pool and Tiki Bar. I'm still at 51,000. I'm still well above the 41,000 required, even if we take that out. Those rents go to who? Meaning, who's the owner of that? Who?
Make sure we get all these actually.
Yeah.
The Pool and Tiki? Is that what
No,
you're
no, no. All of the other commercial. So the Happy Deli, Precision Eye, the spa, all of those. Like, who? If the comment was made about the business going out of business, this potentially negatively impacting the businesses. I guess my question is, does GeoSam have a vested stake in that, or are all of those spaces independently owned and operated at this point?
A lot of them are owned by someone other than GeoSam.
Okay.
I believe more than 50% are owned by entities other than GeoSam. So, yes,
Okay.
there's other people.
So you have some vested, you all, being GeoSam, have some vested stake in that commercial, but not at 100%. It's some less than 50%.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The existing commercial.
Yeah, the existing commercial. I guess what I was driving at is that there's, I don't believe GeoSam is going to advocate against their own, people that pay them rent. You're not going to do anything that's going to try to hurt them, I guess, is what I'm just trying to get at.
So I want to speak to that real quick about the parking and the concern with that as far as the commercial units go. There are multiple easement agreements that will be in place, not only on those proposed parking spaces or parking lots, the 22 space parking lots, also on-street parking, which GeoSam owns. So that will also be restricted to daytime use, commercial, evening use can be used by Village Center East residents.
Okay.
And it can also be enforced by, there's a merchant association for that, the existing ground floor commercial that has an interest in the commercial units being able to access those parking spaces during the day, and they will, by the terms of that, those easements, be able to enforce that.
Okay, thank you. And then the last thing I had, and then I'll open up for the commission. You did say that connection that was raised is an emergency access that's gated. Will people be able to exit out of that? Because, we've run into this before where traffic goes places we don't want them or expect them to go after it's built. So if we can head that off the pass.
Harry Newkirk Engineering. The emergency access driveway, that originally was not on the site plan. So when we went through our first review, the fire chief said they need another access point. So we added the driveway. It's gated. It'll have a knock system. You can use their sirens to go through it, but no resident will ever be able to go in or out through it. Only fire, evac, those
Okay.
sort of services, sir.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, we've heard from the public, we've heard from the applicant. Any questions for the applicants at this time? All right, hearing none. Thank you all. If something comes up, we reserve the right to call you back up. At this time, we'll consider the item before us. To have, let's get a motion on the table. We can always move from there.
I'd like to proffer an alternate to this site plan approval. The parties may be amenable to while the commission is in hiatus for a month, discuss some of the issues and possibly, hopefully, work them out. If this is agreeable to the applicant and the HOA residents, I would support it. I'm not one to kick the can down the road, but to see happier people living in Venetian Bay would be my goal. So if that's the pleasure of the commission and the pleasure of the stakeholders, I would suggest that we table it for a month till we reconvene in July, the end of July.
I'm going to let the applicant speak to that. You raised it as if the applicant were agreeable, so let's just ask them right up and see what their response is.
And just to make sure I understand, we would like a decision tonight, if possible, is what we would request. Is the request a table for us to have what would we be discussing with the residents?
A hopeful conclusion where all parties would be happy.
I'm not sure we might get there.
No, you may not, but-
I am optimistic but realistic.
I'm not sure if we took all the Venetian Bay residents and said, what do you want to see there, that there would be unanimous consent among just the people sitting in this room even. So that standard of that everyone's happy is a bit high, but sure.
It's very high.
And I acknowledge and had talked about this with our group, that we could probably go back and forth. Let's just say that Civic Center was part of a Class 3 site plan approval criteria. We could go back and forth for a very long time as to what the residents probably want. So one thing I asked was, again, we do have 1,300 rentable square feet of additional civic space already built out today that we can make available for an additional community center area, and that is in the existing offices of GeoSam. And separate and apart, there's some community members who already rent some of those areas, and there are vacant spaces for 1,300 square feet. But because some of the things that were brought up don't have a real definition, we said perhaps we could offer $15,000 to the HOA, let the board decide if they want to put a playground on common space, if they want to use it for some activities or meetings or whatever they might want to do. And that might be a way that they can then come up with a satisfactory to them, right? Rather than us going back and forth, if the developer commits as part of this requirement, that would be given to the HOA, and the HOA can then use it as they want, in addition to making that space available, which again, the MDA says that space is not a defined amount, but it would be 1,300 rentable square feet in addition to what is already there that the HOA has, plus funds for the HOA to utilize at the resident board-controlled discretion for civic activities. So if they want to put playgrounds, which I heard, if they want to do something else with those funds for civic engagement, those would be at their disposal.
Okay.
So in essence, you're not willing to reconvene or reconsider?
No, and I don't think I think allowing them maybe to have control of some of those funds in addition to deciding whether they want to utilize the space that we're making available is probably the best solution to give them that leeway without too much involvement from us.
Okay, hang on. So they have applied, so this is really their matter as the applicant. We had a chance for a public hearing. We took a tremendous amount of time to hear from the public. So this is the time when we're now trying to make a decision. We're having some conversation with them. We've got to limit all of that, mainly because there's an official court record being kept of all of this. So I'm not trying to cut anyone off. We've been available via email, phone, et cetera, for many conversations up till this point. So we are where we are now. So thank you, Chair. Okay. Gentlemen, let's get a motion on the table. We'll see where it goes from there, but let's get a motion on the table. So do I have a motion to approve the appeal regarding application 2821? Okay. Discussion by the commission then. Commissioner Colodi. Go ahead.
I've heard a lot of information tonight, both from the residents. It's very clear what they're looking for. They're looking for some type of resolution as to a proper implementation of the development agreement. I've been provided with a folder, which I believe came from the applicant. I didn't hear any testimony on what's in this folder. In fact, I really haven't heard any professional testimony at all. Your attorneys, you're reading off a very large amount of data. I didn't attend either planning board meetings. I don't even think I've heard any testimony about the GeoSam application at all, even though I was on the planning board for a while. You're proposing to change a commercial space into a residential space. You rattled off a whole list of how you comply with the little details here or there. Some of them seem pretty clear, and I may agree with you on them. Some of them don't. What's most troubling for me is you're filling in the village center without leaving a place for a community center. I think, as you've stated, the attorneys for the applicant, and as the public has stated, nobody really knows what a community center is. What specifically? Should it be geared into the number of people in the community? Should it be placed one way or the other? Should it be a meeting space that's to hold a large number of people to have social events and all that? You would think somewhere along these 13 amendments that came along, that would have been addressed. Unfortunately, it wasn't. So I really don't support the overall site plan issue itself. What I would like to hear is, and I don't, unfortunately, my little thing here doesn't give me the planning board resolution that was on. I don't know exactly what reasons they did the denial for it. I understand there is an issue about the appearance of the building. Personally, that doesn't seem to be a reason for me to vote against the project. I think you've made an attempt to clarify what you're going to build. I don't know if it has to match the rest of the buildings. I've heard this, I've heard that. I don't know if I'm prepared to approve it tonight. I would like to see some expert testimony that would go with it as opposed to attorneys. Not that I don't like attorneys, but I'm a professional engineer. I've done this my entire life, and I haven't really heard anything that justifies the data you handed out and the facts that you rendered, what you gave out. If I had heard that data, maybe I could approve this in a heartbeat. But I just don't feel I'm in a position to vote positive on overturning the planning board's actions. Perhaps if that had been fleshed out during your testimony, I could have dealt with it.
So in the record, their staff report includes summary. They have the minutes of the P&Z meeting. All of that is professional evidence for your consideration tonight. So that does constitute professional testimony.
I understand that. Basically, it says that they complied with something where there might be greater issues associated with it. I know I should approve it just based on the statements our staff made, but I feel that GeoSam has not completed that project out there, and there might be other things coming up in the future, and I would like to be able to address some of the issues that have been brought up by the residents.
Okay.
That's it.
Other discussion on this item, Commissioner Harmon.
So I have a question to staff, legal, and even their attorney, Ms. Lord. If we approve the appeal, we would go back to staff's recommendation.
Approval of the appeal would grant the site plan approval.
Okay. Staff's recommendation of approval with the condition that no building permits will be issued by the city until the pending commitment agreement is signed by both parties to ensure provisions and completions of all proposed village center use areas and facilities. What does that mean? What does...
Ms. Burr?
This is a letter dated June 13 to Ms. Burr from GeoSam's attorney. But that was staff's recommendation at the Planning and Zoning Board.
Okay. What you're reading from is from the commitment letter, or?
No, this was staff's recommendation to the Planning and Zoning Board.
Okay.
And
this is the May meeting, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So I don't understand because it says the completion of the proposed village center use area and facilities. So what facilities are we discussing? Because obviously when I read the Venetian Bay Homeowners Association letter about the civic, or the supposedly civic center, it says that total number in the conference room is not to exceed 12 persons. There is seating for 8 available. So if GeoSam has considered this as their meeting space or meets that requirement, I don't understand how 12 people, a meeting room for 12 people meets the condition that's designed here that says a village meeting hall, community center located in the Venetian Bay subdistrict and accessible from adjacent development within and without the VPD PUD shall be located in the district. The village meeting hall, community center shall be built by the developer and owner, and it may be counted towards the completion of the developer's requirement for that. There's no doubt in my mind what a community center is. Okay. We have the Bay James Community Center. We have the Live Oak Community Center. We have Coronado Island Community Center. So if you have problems with definition, I think we've set what the definition for the city of New Smyrna Beach is for a community center. And those are standalone buildings. Is that what you were referencing to with staff's recommendation for approval?
That approval, when it said civic use and facilities, that was strictly discussing the 6 acres with the trail and the facilities that are associated with the trail.
Okay.
The pavilions and benches and all that.
All right.
Okay.
That's all the question I have.
Okay. So, gentlemen, we got to do something tonight. The applicant's made an application. We have to approve, deny, or postpone, but we really can't, right? They've requested decision tonight.
I'll make a motion to approve the appeal for the SP 2821 Village Center East.
Okay, do I have a second on that? Okay. Motion dies for lack of a second. Let me get this question answered and then come to you. Is doing nothing an option? Is not taking an action an option?
No, before you tonight is the site plan. You've gotten the testimony you're going to get, this professional staff report. is the city's representation. They've represented, the applicant has set forth their position on this appeal, that they have met the technical criteria, and it's for you all to make a decision.
Okay. Want to explain something to the audience real quick. You're going to hear some stuff back and forth here. Motions are always made in the affirmative. So you'll hear someone say, I make a motion to approve. They're always made in the affirmative. The person can then vote no, they vote yes, but the motion is always made in the affirmative. So don't read too much into somebody saying, I vote, make a motion to approve. That just, I wanted that to be clear for everyone. Commissioner Colodi, I think you had a comment.
No, I was just thinking it over. I could always make one, though.
All right.
Which I will.
Hang on, now he's spoke up.
Question.
Go ahead.
A question for Councilor Carey. Carey, please clarify for me. A motion to approve the appeal will result in an approval for the site plan, while a motion to approve the planning board's decision will deny the site plan. So please clarify for me. Let's say a motion to approve the planning board's decision would be a yes vote?
So if the motion is to approve the planning board's decision, you're going to vote yes to support the planning board's denial. So you just always frame it in the positive. If you just follow those lines right there, you can make a motion.
So, gentlemen, I'll say this. We've heard a lot of things tonight. We've heard from a lot of residents. Spent much time on this over the past week, up into and including, an hour before this meeting. We have before us a mess that wasn't created by anyone in this room. Some of you bought into it. Some of you got elected into it. Some of you work in it. But we're all in it. And the mess is this, and you heard it pretty clearly. And I don't think I'm damaging the city's position by just saying this because it's codified. We could deny this, and we may, just like we denied something a few months ago. I don't know that we're in a great standing on that, I'll just be honest. So if we do that, applicant goes to the courts, they appeal to the courts, because that's the next step above us, is there's a court representation, because we all have property owner rights. They appeal to the courts. At that point, all the back and forth, all the negotiation, all the stuff you heard that they said, well, we might be willing to talk about this and maybe willing to do that, all that's gone. That's in the hands of a judge somewhere. And that judge can do like it did at the Barrow Pit and say, issue the permit within 14 days. Never even came back to this body. We didn't get a chance to talk to that person ever again. We had to say, all right, permit's issued. There were things that we wanted to get in that project that we had a chance to at one point going back and forth, but we pushed back, and I was one of them, and we lost our chance. So as we've gone back and forth on this, and as I've read this MDA multiple times, as many of you all now have, what I think I've discovered is, again, it's a mess. It is absolutely a mess. The community center is not well defined. The parking exception that was granted is, was a bad idea. Various other aspects of this are not great. The architectural renderings not in keeping with what's out there right now. What I heard from the applicant was a willingness to address some of those items. So, it's tough because I got many friends in the audience that testified tonight. I think the prudent thing for the city to do, for all of us, taxpayers in the city, because we all pay the bill eventually, I think genuinely the prudent thing to do is to stay at the table, not to punt this up to a judge and jury, but to stay at the table and say, look, it's not Florida days. We're a long way from that. And we do have standards, and we're going to hold to some standards, and we're going to push back on some things. And I think the city started that process to say we're not happy with the community center as it's been presented. And that's what you're hearing from them tonight. The architectural, we're not happy with this as presented. But we also have to acknowledge, and again, I don't think I'm damaging the positions of the city with anything in the future by saying this because it's well codified. We also have to acknowledge that the city hasn't handled this perfectly either. Mea culpa. I've been involved for 4 years. There's a lot of stuff over the past 16 years, plus the 4 that I've been involved, that could have been handled absolutely better by people sitting in these 5 chairs, by people that work for our city manager. I think we all share a little of that blame. And I've told staff I absolutely think some things have to change in how we're managing this and all future projects. This commission has made changes to future PUDs. We don't have PUDs that are going to linger for 20 plus years and have us having to try to figure out what was meant 20 years ago by a PUD. They now have time clocks on them. So we're not going to, some future commission isn't going to be sitting in the same spot with the work that this commission's done, but we've inherited someone else's problem. So, I know there's a lot of hesitancy. It's tough to sit in front of an audience of people you respect, hearing intelligent people that have put a lot of time and passion. And I'll tell you, the passion I hear from the people in Venetian Bay, and tonight, a couple of people testified. One gentleman came in, flew back into town from a vacation residence for this, leaves at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. If every citizen in town had that kind of passion about their community, it's to be an amazing place. And it is an amazing place, but it can be that much better. So I appreciate the passion of the people in Venetian Bay. And I hope you know that no one loves the community more than the 5 of us up here. We put more time and energy into this than anyone, I would argue. The level of passion that you've brought to this one topic, we have to bring to a topic every single Tuesday night or every other Tuesday night, it seems. So I've heard you loud and clear. I would urge the commission, I think, making a reasonable motion for approval with some terms to codify the community center, the architecture. Maybe it's I don't know, Carrie, if we could do I'm thinking completely out loud here, maybe we could do a conditional approval. Say it's approved, but we expect that staff gets to, sign off on these terms. And if that doesn't go well, it comes back to us. Could we do something like that? Because, they're also running a business, and many of you all are business owners and successful business people. And if you were in their shoes, if this were your property, you were trying to do something on your property, I think you'd be making some of the same cases they've made. So I've said my piece. I'll pose that question to you about some conditions we might could add and what your thoughts are on that. And then, gentlemen, we've got to do something at that point. We've got to make a decision because we've got other business tonight.
The applicant has stated on the record they're agreeable to a contingent approval, contingent upon working with staff on the architecturals. There's been a commitment made to offer up an additional 1,500 or 1,300?
1,300.
What is it?
15,000.
It was 15,000 square foot.
Hang on, no.
Come on up.
We'll let them clarify that. Go ahead.
Okay.
Come ahead and get ready to clarify that if you would.
Come on up.
Come ahead and get ready to clarify that. So I think it was 15,000.
So it's
and some
existing, because part of the comment was it needs to be an existing space. So we have, as of today, 1,300 rentable square feet in addition to providing $15,000 to the HOA to host events or whatever they might do. Keep in mind, the MDA says any developer can charge for renting that community space. So we're essentially giving them money to, whether they want to go rent out a large part of the golf course that we control, whether they want to host an event with that money.
Yeah.
I mean, those are the types of things I think give some flexibility for the residents, and we're happy, again, to make that a condition that 1,300 rentable square feet that exists today can be made available as community center space. So they could go utilize it tomorrow if they want, and they would have those funds available to the resident-controlled HOA.
Okay, thank you.
Use at their discretion.
And is this a different square footage than where the existing room is?
Correct.
Okay,
it's separate. It's separate from the trails, the 6-acre trails, because those are two different, where the word civic kind of shows up. So the 6-acre trail that was asked before, that's separate, and then this is separate from what the HOA owns. The HOA owns a space that was deeded to them last September, specifically for community hall and meeting space. This would be an additional space for that use.
And there's been some murmurings about resident-controlled HOA versus the regular HOA, which is still controlled by GeoSam, correct?
That's why I wanted to clarify the resident board.
Where the existing 8 to 10 person conference room is, that is currently occupied with other offices and storage that is occupied by GeoSam-controlled HOA?
Hang on.
So-
Don't shout out from the audience because we got to keep a record here. Go ahead.
The Venetian Bay HOA office is being used, it's for Venetian Bay HOA. who is ran by a management company, Evergreen Lifestyle Management. So they are operating out of that office as the HOA.
And would you be agreeable to having those current office spaces moved into some GeoSam area so that turns into a resident-controlled HOA space?
So there is a deed restriction on when we conveyed the property to the HOA that it has to be used as an HOA office and for a community center meeting hall.
Correct, but there's a difference right now between the GeoSam-controlled HOA and the resident-controlled HOA. So what I'm asking is, could we get the existing 1,300 space, the one that exists right now, make that completely open to the resident-controlled HOA and move the GeoSam reps or receptionists into one of the GeoSam office spaces? So then they would have your space and the additional space that's being offered up.
So they can still use the space that's in the HOA facilities, but...
Right, but there's currently occupied offices and storages.
There's a room that's for storage. There's a vacant room that's also a space that the residents can utilize, in addition to the room that has, that's set up as a boardroom. And then additional to that, we're offering up this 1,300 square feet, which is a couple, I think it's the unit directly next door to the HOA facility. That there, I mean, it's like a, I don't know what the square footage is. Yeah, they're roughly 700 square feet each unit. So they're large units. It's just an open room. So to be able to move somebody
I
over
understand.
there wouldn't
Thank you.
work.
All right. So, gentlemen, we're running out of time here. We, by our own ordinance, have to end by 10:30. We can extend that not to exceed 11 o'clock. So we not only have this item, we have other items I'd like to at least address. So, to have a motion on the table. Someone make a motion, please.
I'll make a motion to approve the request or the appeal of the planning board, planning and zoning decision. If I'm saying that correctly, it's my intention to allow the developer to proceed with the site plan approval as submitted.
So that would be a motion to approve the applicant's appeal.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what he said. So I have a motion to approve the applicant's appeal. Do I have a second?
Second, with a comment.
Go ahead. Let the seconder make his comment. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I've been listening to this all night, and I got to tell you, we got a lot going on here. But I think a lot of what's going on here is specifically because GeoSam has created it. Legally, the residents are in a much better position than we are for a lawsuit. You guys, I believe, for the years that I've seen things go on, you've been sold up the river on what you were supposed to get. Not only on this civic center, community center, but also the downtown center. Now, over the course, slowly chipping away at it over 10 years, I think it's become apparent to a lot of people, not necessarily yourselves who came in from other areas, that things weren't going to happen, that they were still selling you. I suspect that. I can't say for sure it has. Now, with respect to the community center or the civic center, you can read the intent, and I believe that you have not even come close to what the intent of a civic center was supposed to be. I'm deeply disappointed on how entrenched your position is on this. It's mind-boggling to me that you would create such acrimony in a community and against the people you have sold these homes to over something that you clearly, in the initial discussions or creating the PUD and the development agreement, clearly intended. I'm not a lawyer, but I can tell you the word intent, deeply disappointed that I watch over and over and over you guys, James Stowers, Ms. Coleman, the disappointment is tremendous, and you should be ashamed on how you have presented that to the community, how you have delivered on the community. Unfortunately, there are a lot of things that this board can't do. Our hands are tied legally. And I wish that I can direct them to a great attorney, but I can't. But unfortunately, your position, you're in a much better position than we are to put up a legal fight on this. So I'm reluctantly going to approve this tonight. But I want you to know how deeply disappointed I am, and a lot of people are in this community, about how you have represented yourselves and sold them up the river. I mean, you should be embarrassed about it. The irony is, you're not. So it's unfortunate it comes down to this, but I just ask you, person to person, deliver to these people at Civic Center that you intended in the development agreement, and that is obvious. And stop playing all these games. Do something. Show some good faith. Because I guarantee you, we all know in a small community, the realtors, the brochures, the sales brochures, what was said to these people. We all know. We've all heard it. So stop sitting there like you're crazy or they're crazy, and they're just complaining about nothing. So at least with this community center, which we can't make you do because it was poorly written 20 plus years ago, step up and show these people that you have the integrity to at least honor something, because what many of them bought into, they're never gonna see, they're never gonna get. The town center, the downtown. I can sit here all night and talk to you about whether it was economically feasible, if it was truly possible. I can look at Celebration and see all the little businesses that go in and out of town there, go in and out of business there. So maybe the plan just wasn't right. But stop hiding. Why don't you meet with these people and sit there and figure out what you can do to accommodate them to make good what's left of a bad situation. So that's all I ask. Thank you.
So to the maker of the motion, does that include staff's recommendation and the recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Board that says the garage areas cannot be used for anything, that the garage areas cannot be used for living or storage? They have to remain garage areas.
You have any other items to add?
Nope. I mean, those were the two recommendations by staff and the Planning and Zoning Board, so.
Yes, I'm amenable to include them in there.
I'll second.
Okay. What about, hang on, I'm going to explain it at the end. What about to the motion maker? You know, was there any inclusion or consideration, or would you consider including this notion of the architectural things that we talked about, having staff at least have a second look at that and bringing back some architectural renderings that are more in keeping with current?
That can be added to the motion. I know they agreed to do that already, though.
Yeah,
Okay.
Let me ask about real quick the Village Center East approval to the 2020 design, which is what is, I believe, consistent, if I can follow all this properly, of what's existing. Is that, I understand that that's the 2020 design or site plan approval, that design, which was approved. I think that's what we'd all like to see. I don't want to put words in people's mouth, and I may be speaking incorrectly, but it seems like that 2020 site plan is consistent with what's already there and not anything like that. Is that accurate?
So it's my understanding that the architectural renderings from the 2020 approval are more in keeping with the other architectural designs within there, and that would be the more desired outcome.
I would like to see that from the developers to keep that in line with that 2020 site plan approval.
And they had indicated, and that's why I was asking the motion makers, they had indicated they would be willing to work with staff to get approval, that would be, and I don't know how we need to say that in the motion, so I'm looking to you to give him some advice for the motion maker. Or, I mean, I think your impression was already included, I just want to make sure it is.
I can't refer to a site plan that I haven't seen, so I can't be that specific.
Okay, do you have any advice on that?
It could be along with the condition that the applicants work with staff to come up with an architectural rendering that is more in line with the 2020 site plan approval.
I haven't seen that approval, so I can't say that.
Well, there's
You could add wording that would say it would be compatible with the existing architecture within the village center zone. That I could say.
There's a mixture of architecture in the village center zone already, is the problem. Yeah,
That's the amendment that I would be willing to go along with.
okay.
Second the amendment.
All right, so for those following along at home, where we're at is, we had a motion to approve the appeal. The question or the clarification from Commissioner Hartman was that included staff's two conditions. One was that garages not be used as storage, and Commissioner Hartman, remind me of that one, I'm sorry.
The staff's recommendation was that no permits would be issued until,
The agreement was executed by both parties,
Yeah.
Right.
and
regarding the civic use area and facilities.
Yeah,
The Planning and Zoning Board's recommendation was that the garage area cannot be used for living or storage areas, meaning that they had to be, their issue was with the parking, so
Yeah.
that if you some of these units have garages, so
Right.
they make them storage units, now you've taken away a possible
So it
parking
was the-
space, so.
so it was the addition of the planning and zoning recommendation that garages not be allowed to be storage, they have to be reserved for parking. And then the thing that I had brought up was this notion about the designing. Those have all been agreed to by the motion maker and agreed to by the seconder. So all that's part of the motion of approval. So if this passes when we're about to vote, those would all be conditions of the approval. If that fails, then the applicant is denied, and that would be the end of this for tonight. Either way, it's going to be the end of this for tonight, here in a moment. So if no other discussion on this item, are you okay?
does it include the additional space available for the community center, as well as the 15,000 for resident-controlled HOA to decide how to use it?
Question for Mike.
I would include that in there, but I don't want anybody to think that that's a pacifier that I'm including in there to get the approval, because I think there's still issues to be resolved. But I will include it. They offered, we take.
I'll second that.
All right, so that was also included. I agree with you. I'm almost hesitant, and that's why I wasn't actually going to even bring that up. I'm almost hesitant because I think everything you said earlier I agree with, and it doesn't really go as
So
far
it'd
as
be
I think
with
we need
the
to go.
understanding that that still, in the city's mind, does not meet the requirement of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a whole other discussion we have to have as a city with our contract that we have, our MDA that we have with them, and that definition, and some attorneys are going to have to fight that out. So, all right, gentlemen, we have 5 minutes until 10:30, so we got to let's get this, at least this item cleared, and then we'll have to make a motion on what we do from here. So, we had a motion, a rather long and extended motion. The motion, for clarity, was to approve the appeal with the various terms that I just recounted. So we had a motion, we had a second. City Clerk, if you call the roll, please.
Commissioner Hartman,
No.
Vice Mayor McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
Please let me be clear for myself. I'm
So,
disallowing approval
a
of
no-
the site plan.
A no vote
a
is
yes.
denying. A
Right.
no vote is denying. A no vote means they do not get it. A yes vote
Yes,
means
I
they do.
support the planning board's decision to deny.
So, okay, so is that a yes or a no? You need to
That's a
vote
yes.
yes or no.
Yes.
No.
I don't think you understand.
You're not understanding. City Attorney.
The motion is to approve the applicant's appeal. A yes vote approves the site plan. A no vote does not approve the site plan.
No.
Okay. So for the record, your vote is a no.
Not approving the site plan.
Not approving the
correct?
site plan. That is correct.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. I think I knew where you wanted to go with that, so I'm trying to make sure you get to where I think you wanted to go. So, for the record, we had a no, we had a yes, we had a no. Commissioner Colodi.
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
What you get the big bucks for?
I'm a yes. Is approved. All right, item 8. Gentlemen, we need a motion to extend the meeting.
So moved.
I had a motion, do I have a second? City Clerk, call the roll on that.
Who was the seconder, I'm sorry?
Second was Commissioner Sacks.
Vice Mayor, Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Commissioner Clody?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. Hey, if you're happy to have you all leave, but we got to keep going here. We got more business to handle, so if you leave quietly, I appreciate it. Item 8, E, F, and G. Jake, we're going to hear all these together. City Attorney will read these the second time by title only.
Ordinance number 2722, an ordinance annexing into the city of New Smyrna Beach, .55 plus or minus acres of property located on the south side of Pioneer Trail, east of Bridget Street, addressed as 2340 Pioneer Trail, providing for redefining boundaries of the city, designating the property within Commission Zone 3, providing for public hearing, providing for required filings, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Ordinance number 2822, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach amending the comprehensive plan, changing the future land use designation of .55 plus or minus acres of land located on the south side of Pioneer Trail, east of Bridget Street, addressed as 2340 Pioneer Trail, from Volusia County rural to city rural, providing for amendment of the associated comprehensive plan maps to show the area incorporated into the city, providing for public hearing, providing for conflicting ordinances, and providing an effective date. Ordinance number 2922, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach rezoning .55 plus or minus acres of property located on the south side of Pioneer Trail, east of Bridget Street, addressed as 2340 Pioneer Trail, from Volusia County A2A Airport Overlay to City A2A Airport Overlay zoning district, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Okay, these are fairly standard annexations. Mr. Baker, anything to add on this?
I have nothing else to add. They're very standard annexations.
Okay. Any members of the public wish to comment on items 8E, F, or G? Seeing none, we'll close that. Do I have a motion to adopt ordinance 2722?
Motion to approve ordinance 2722.
Do I have a second?
Second.
City Clerk?
Vice Mayor McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Commissioner Clody?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thanks.
Do I have a motion to adopt 2822?
Motion to adopt ordinance 2822.
City Clerk?
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Commissioner Clody?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGurk?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes. Motion to adopt 2922.
Motion to adopt ordinance number 2922.
Second.
City Clerk?
Commissioner Clody?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes. Thank you. City
Ordinance number 3022, an ordinance annexing into the City of New Smyrna Beach .19 plus or minus acres of property located on the north side of Mary Avenue between Spruce Street and Howard Avenue, addressed as 1404 Mary Avenue, providing for redefining boundaries of the city, designating the property within Commission Zone 1, providing for public hearing, providing for required filings, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Ordinance number 3122, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach amending the comprehensive plan, changing the future land use designation of .19 plus or minus acres of land located on the south side of Mary Avenue between Spruce Street and Howard Avenue, address is 1404 Mary Avenue, from Volusia County urban medium intensity to city medium density residential, providing for amendment of the associated comprehensive plan maps to show the area incorporated into the city, providing for public hearing, providing for conflicting ordinances, and providing an effective date. Ordinance number 3222, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach rezoning .19 plus or minus acres of property located on the south side of Mary Avenue between Spruce Street and Howard Avenue, address is 1404 Mary Avenue, from Volusia County R4A urban single-family residential airport overlay to city R2A single-family residential airport overlay zoning district, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Okay, anything to add on this one, Mr. Baker?
No, it's a very standard, small lot, nothing unusual.
Okay, anyone from the public on these three items specifically? Seeing none, do I have a motion to adopt 30-22?
Motion to adopt ordinance 3022.
Second.
City Clerk?
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Commissioner Cloney?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes. Motion to adopt 31-22.
Motion to adopt 3122.
Second.
City Clerk?
Vice Mayor
yeah, go
McGurk?
ahead.
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Commissioner Cloney?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes. And 32-22.
Motion to adopt ordinance 3322.
Second.
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Commissioner Cloney?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGurk?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
K and L, do you need to read those?
Yep. Ordinance number 3322, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach amending the land development regulations, amending Article 5 zoning district, Section 50402, specific regulations by district, I-1 light industrial district, I-2 heavy industrial district, and I-3 industrial park district, and I-4 waterfront industrial district by removing the noise regulations to allow for comprehensive noise regulations in the city code, providing for codification, providing for public hearing, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Looking for a motion to continue to July 26, 2022.
So moved. Second.
City Clerk?
Commissioner Cloney?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Ordinance number 3422, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach amending the Code of Ordinances, amending Chapter 38 Environment, Article 3 Noise, Section 3871 through 3877 to provide for comprehensive and enhanced noise regulations, amending Chapter 38 Environment to establish a new Article 4 Lighting, Sections 3878 through 3880 to establish light regulations, providing for codification, providing for public hearing, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Looking for a motion to continue to July 26, 2022.
So
So
moved.
moved.
Second.
All right, we'll take Commissioner Hartman's motion and Vice Mayor's second. City Clerk?
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Commissioner Cloney?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ordinance number 3722, an ordinance in the City of New Smyrna Beach amending the land development regulations, amending Article 10 subdivisions, Section 1012 model homes to revise the number of units permitted prior to plat recording and adding additional standards, providing for codification, providing for public hearing, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Gentlemen, any questions for staff on this? I know we've all had it in our packet and reviewed it, so anything you need to clarify on this? It's fairly mundane. All right, hearing none. Any member of the public here for this item, 8M? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Anything you feel like you just have to highlight tonight that's not in the staff report?
No, the staff report's quite short. I'm good.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve item 3722?
Second.
Long night. Motion to approve ordinance 3722.
Second.
All right, we'll take that. Let's give it City Clerk.
Vice Mayor McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Commissioner Cloney?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, no first readings. 10A, Historic Preservation. We need one citizen to fill a 3-year term. City Clerk, do you have a report on this?
Our office received one application from Katie Kaufman. It was submitted to the museum. They've approved that. They recommend her to be nominated.
Do I have a motion to appoint Katie Kaufman as a regular member to a term expiring May 14th, 2025?
So moved.
I need a second.
Second.
All right, I'll take Commissioner Sacks' motion, and Vice Mayor second. City Clerk?
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Commissioner Cluney?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGurk?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mayor and Commissioner reports, gentlemen, we got about 15 minutes, and I want to make sure we leave a little time for staff as well, so I ask you to just be brief in your comments. Commissioner Colodi.
Everything that went on earlier this evening, particularly around the Venetian Bay, was a problem that we caused for ourselves. That problem, and I'm not speaking back to the original PUD, I'm speaking to our staff. We've known that there's a problem out there regarding this community center and certain other items out there for a couple years. When this item came up to change this site plan, whether it was in a couple years ago or this one in particular here, that should have been brought up and should have been part of that application that we just heard here. When we're taking away the only piece of land that was left for a community center and just saying, oh, they want a site plan, fine. Our staff couldn't do anything to make them include a thing in there, but they could have made it an issue that could have been brought up before the planning board or before us. I think it's very material change to the PUD that space is not being provided. It's very clear. We heard so much testimony that what a community center is, that we should have been aware of it. And we weren't. I didn't attend any of the planning board meetings. I didn't know where it was going. A mistake. It's not the first time we made this mistake. We're relying upon staff testimony when they have a million things to do. We've got to rectify it. We've talked about it in the past that we should have monies in our budget to hire an expert. When there's issues like this, we got to put some testimony in. We heard talk here about a planning board thing that wanted to be overturned, and we didn't even get any, well, I guess we really couldn't, professional testimony. We had a couple lawyers here read us stuff at 90 miles a minute. And that was what we voted on. That was not correct. I don't know how we could have corrected the testimony, but the whole meeting was extremely annoying to me. Now, I don't care if I'm here for another 4 hours because I'm going to say what I'm going to say. I attended the Heart of the City. I volunteered along with another staff person who was out there. We were passing out water, collecting monies and tickets. It went very well, the whole event. There was 1 million young people out there playing basketball, getting their faces painted, and God only knows what else. I found it very good. I was pleased to see how well everybody got along with everybody else. So it was a very good event. On the 21st, I held a meeting in the Brannan Center regarding traffic problems, mainly on South Riverside, which basically started 4 years ago on Magnolia Avenue. We addressed that issue. We took a long time to develop a traffic control manual. We know how the first iteration of our traffic control out there went. First street, improvements were made. The next street, it was worse. Everybody felt that the other streets were taking advantage of them by pushing the traffic down on them, which wasn't correct. But that's no way you improve a neighborhood and make it better, which was the reason why, now that I'm, as I often say, I'm the commissioner in that zone, I wanted to hear a community involvement. I wanted to hear all 4 of those streets and the side streets come out and give their opinions as to what should or shouldn't be done. There's currently an application to put additional traffic control on South Riverside Drive. They're going to hate me for saying it, but I think we should put that off right now. Our staff has been working on it. but within the next 2 or 3 months, maybe 4 months, the bridge is going to go away. South Riverside Drive is no longer going to be a traffic thoroughfare because people are going to have to turn right on 4th, turn left on Magnolia, turn left on 6th, turn left again. When they get back to Riverside, there's not going to be a speeding issue. And to go any farther at this point, I think would be counterproductive in the long run and just continue our piecemeal approach. I don't want the issue to go away, so I'm asking the commission to agree to have this on the agenda for the first meeting in August.
Yeah, if we have
I'll
space.
agree if we put Saxon on there too.
How about Cooper? How about Horton? How about North Peninsula?
There are problems.
This
here.
is a neighborhood issue, and it should be addressed as a
I
neighborhood.
agree.
Those are important, we can deal with them later. What do I expect to accomplish?
No. What exactly do you want on the agenda for Riverside?
It's for the South Mainland area. It's for all the neighborhoods. There's a couple of other issues that were brought up. In preparing for this meeting, I gathered all the police traffic data. I went out and counted 151 stop signs out there that we have. 1 or 2 more aren't going to really change anything. We have specific problems on 2nd and Live Oak where you can't figure which way to go, and we've increased a lot of traffic out there. Live Oak has 5 4-way stops on it now. Maybe we should do something there now too. But I don't want to ask residents go out and get 75% signatures. I want us to look at this issue and make a decision.
I'm more inclined to want to go back and to where we started from the very beginning. Remove all, not add. It goes down to the manual. I mean, I got to tell you, let's throw the manual out if we're not going to follow it. We adopted it. We've said we're going to follow it.
And we're not.
And we're not, but we have to start somewhere.
Okay.
I'd be more inclined to start over and pull everything up that we've approved and go back to the way it was, because we're just going to get every single neighborhood wants stop signs and police and slower speeds, but they don't want it for someone else's neighborhood. And it's funny because I'm getting these complaints from people who it's okay in their neighborhood because they believe they have a specific problem.
Correct.
But we got to stop what we're doing all around the neighborhood, is what they say on the same, in the same breath. It's just
I'm
driving
not
me
saying
crazy.
I agree to do more stuff.
Yeah.
I agree we got to discuss it on a neighborhood basis.
So if I may, real quick, and I know it's not an issue of dedication of any of us wanting to leave by 11, but we lose our streaming, so we're now cutting out the people that are watching. We lose captioning. A lot of stuff happens at 11, so that's why. And by code, we have to stop at 11. But so I just want to be very conscious of the time. So I want to make sure we leave everyone a little chance to speak. So with that, it's still your time, but I'm just asking you to be a little conscious of that.
Only one more issue.
All right.
As we all know, we have degraded water in the Indian River. The county came up with a big plan to do a regional, whatever it was, a RAP, based on getting a sales tax approved. They didn't get it approved. We took it upon ourselves to provide the money, the funds, the design, the applications, and put that facility in place. I'm glad to hear that it is functioning at this time. It's improving the water quality. That water then goes out and down along Industrial Drive to the place where a manatee got stuck under a bridge and caused us negative publicity, plus killed the manatee. I think I would like our staff to look into preparing a method to stop that from happening again, whether it's putting bars across the waterway, digging a little place for them to accumulate at the bottom. I've been out there with our engineer, and I would like to come forth with a proposal to authorize him to come forth with a proposal for some type of improvement So perhaps we can have that in our budget next year. Not that I want to add anything to the budget, but those are my comments.
Okay.
I think I got them all.
All right, Commissioner Sacks, briefly.
Okay, guys, my turn. I was always, with this dais, willing to work with anybody and everybody on public safety, especially transportation safety. We got into the weeds, we got into some little disputes. Not a one of you knew the problems that Magnolia faced for 5 years in the previous commission when they got no response from this city when people got killed and maimed. Now, if you all want to throw out the MUTCD of this city, that's fine. There's a federal one. And we just happen to use it on Magnolia. Now, to take away things, that might be the vice mayor's wish. But I consider it sort of negligent when you're just saying to people, oh, you have traffic problems, you have speeding problems. We can't give everything to everybody, so we're not going to do anything. We got to work together and try to solve some of these problems. We're being inundated every weekend, every summer day with terrible traffic, dangerous traffic. Now my wife is fighting for Saxon. We've been fighting for Saxon over there. People have been fighting for 20 and 40 years to make that a safe road. But yet we're nipping at each other's heels because we can't get together on an MUTCD. By the way, speed humps are included in the MUTCD. I don't know about stop signs, but or speed limit signs, but they should be to control speed. But nonetheless, that's a touchy subject, but I'm willing to work with anybody and everybody there. You may not be as willing, but I hope you do for the remainder of my term. On a lighter note, it is World Ocean Month, and I have always lived in Florida near a body of water, especially the ocean, and I really treasured the experience, the expanse, what it provides for us in oxygen and animals and recreation space. So I hope you'll join me in keeping our beach clean July 4th. It's going to be a real mess again because it's really the county's beach. But they come through our city, and you know, we all love our city in different ways. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Went to the parking workshop meeting, whatever it was, that I really pushed for the stakeholders, the business owners, property owners having on the square footage and the arts overlay. Nice turnout. I wanted to compliment Ron. Did a great job at presenting. I really didn't know he had so much personality getting out there and speaking like that. He's holding back, but that was pretty impressive. I want to thank Ron for doing that. I also want to thank the rest of staff who put a bunch of time into that and has put time into it and will put more time into it in the future because I'm sure it's nowhere close to being resolved. So it was very clear that when Ron asked how many people are in favor of either one, I think one person raised their hand. The second person may have done half a hand up. So I don't think it's dead. I don't think that, I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, and I don't think the residents were saying we shouldn't do it. I think that there was not enough understanding of it, and I think we just need to tweak the numbers so we don't have an unintended consequence, which I think is very significant if we had moved it forward as is. Specifically related to outdoor seating would be dramatically affected because outdoor seating is generally a little more spaced out and in larger areas. So anyway, thank you, staff. I appreciate that. Great job on that. And I also want to thank the commission for agreeing to move forward with making sure that public meeting was held in the community. Thanks, guys.
Sharma.
So a little bit of a history. The young lady that we just appointed to the Historic Preservation Board attended Florida Technical College. How many of you know where that is?
Florida Technical College?
Yes.
That was UCF before.
UCF, you got it. All right. Also attended a bunch of meetings, again, the parking meeting where staff was there, I think they did an excellent job. Ron did a wonderful job in presenting it. I think staff supported him in that, and I think that was very favorable. I've also spoken to the city manager about a couple of subjects that I've already addressed. And one of them was actually addressed in his manager's report, where I think it's time that we actively go out and do an RFP for a real estate firm or multiple firms to represent us on some of these residential or some of these real estate transactions that we're looking at doing at. Right now, we're tying up staff's time, and we've all said that we've burdened them enough. Maybe an RFP with 2 or 3 different firms that would do that. We've also placed money in through the ARPA for the solar projects. I think I don't want to get bogged down in with that. I think that we either need to do an RFP to find a solar provider, and/or, as he suggested, maybe encompass it in some of these ready-to-go projects that we got going forward. So we're going forward. The thing that I wanted to bring up was we had 2 young ladies who I think are truly what the charm and what New Smyrna Beach is about. They're small business owners. They're trying to make a difference for the community, and they're doing their best. And we charged them $2,500 to do a text amendment. We allow people, groups of people, to do text amendments, and they don't pay for it. But yet we're charging these small business people money for these text amendments. I think, and I just want to put it out there for you guys to kind of digest it. Maybe we'll bring it up at the next meeting or a workshop. But it doesn't seem fair to me that where companies or groups can ask for text amendments, be it a small business person who's trying to make a living here in New Smyrna Beach, doing what I feel is probably the most important thing here is supporting our community and our children in our community, and they're paying fees that not everybody's paying. So either everybody pays exactly the same fee, or we look at some kind of ways. Preferably give them a refund, partial refund, or give them a credit towards their future building fees is something that I had in line. We can bring that up at a later time because of our time limit tonight, and I'll shut up.
Bring it up again, I will follow.
Yeah, yes, I'm with you 100%. I know, Kyle, you've got at least one thing I think that Sean's wanting to go through, so I'm just going to say this, kind of in line with Commissioner Colodi. I believe that we made the right decision based on where we were tonight with the Venetian Bay thing. However, we should have never been in that spot. And I can't punt all that 20 years ago. I lay some of that at my doorstep, at your doorstep, and at some of our team's doorstep. So we can't be in that spot again. I likely won't be, but I don't want my city in that spot again. I don't want the next person that sits in that seat again. So I think some things fundamentally have to change. I know staffing is a challenge. I know there's a lot of challenges out there, but we shouldn't have had to be in that spot. And the residents are right to be frustrated. I hope with time they can understand that for the spot that we were in, and there's a million things that, if someone gives me the time, I can explain all of that, all of the time and energy that, me, Colin, and Carrie spent, more time talking the past few days than ever before almost. So I hope folks understand, I do think it was the right decision for the spot we were in, but I'm extremely frustrated about the spot that we were in. So with that, I'll leave it. Colin, I know you got some other stuff to cover off.
For the sake of time, I just got 2 issues. One is, and I mentioned
Grab that mic.
About the property next to the fire station. We are going to move forward with making the offer. I think the fire chief is working with the realtor there today. They're worrying about if they take it off the markets and then we walk off on not buying it. So we want to make sure that we will move forward on that and get that property. So, and I'm asking the commission, just give us a blessing on moving forward and making the offer.
So
Yes.
Okay, so let's make a motion. So the issue is, do we want to buy this property next to Station 50? Kyle just briefed each of us on it. I think he talked about it at the last meeting, the budget
Yes.
meeting, if I recall. The problem is, we've got to move faster, and we're about to not be meeting, and so we're going to lose it if we take that much time. So it's kind of now or never. So I heard a yes. Can I get a motion?
Motion for the city manager to proceed with acquisition of the property next to Fire Station 50.
Second the motion.
I have a motion, I have a second. Discussion?
No.
City clerk.
Commissioner Clooney. Commissioner
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman.
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGurk.
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks. Mayor Owen.
Yes. We didn't put a cap on that, but we trust your
Well,
professional
but
judgment.
we put in the cap as 165, so that's the cap on it.
Okay.
The other issue, I just want to get the commission blessing on the issue with Waste Pro asking for increase in the rates. I mentioned to you during the briefings that we had the manager's conference call. It looks like we will be a united voice in denying the request. I just want to get an official blessing from the commission for me to write back to Waste Pro denying their request. So,
Any objections with that strategy?
No.
Seeing none. City clerk's report?
No report, sir.
City attorney report? All right, no other business. Meeting adjourned.
thank you.